What if the underbelly of your world held bridges, boats, and barriers so treacherous that crossing them could unmake you? Ever felt the prickling sensation of another universe lurking just beneath the mundane? One where shadows whisper and the very ground beneath your feet vibrates with forbidden truths. In this haunting tapestry of existence, every crossing comes with a price paid in blood, secrets, and the laughter of the damned. Consider this: the average person thinks of bridges as mere structures. But what if these were portals to realms governed by the whims of capricious specters? Each boat that glides across murky waters harbors souls bound to fate's capricious hand, their haunting songs echoing through the night like twisted lullabies. Every barrier stands as a sentinel, guarding the line between your familiar world and the chaos that lies in wait, nearly forgotten nightmares wrapped in a shroud of dark humor. Picture a knight, clad in armor that could make a medieval fashionista weep, standing before a bridge that shudders with anticipation. What thoughts race through his mind? Is it glory? Honor? Or is he merely contemplating what vegetable he could barter for a pint of ale after this perilous leap into the unknown? Life, or whatever you'd call it across these sinister thresholds, is a cacophony of absurdity and horror, where the light-hearted banter of a jester masks dark truths and forgotten sacrifices. Why do the rivers flow with laughter? Why do the trees watch with knowing eyes? Because every journey across these barriers demands a reckoning. The locals, with their toothy grins and glinting daggers, offer riddles wrapped in jest, each punchline a threat, each laugh a warning. There's a path that promises riches but crumbles under the weight of desperation. There's a boat that ferries the lost but asks for stories no sane soul would dare tell. You think you're safe? Think again. Each step you take echoes through the fabric of existence. Every soul that did not return from their crossing lingers in the air, their regrets and dreams woven into the very atmosphere. What if the bridge you choose leads to madness rather than glory? What if the boat you board has already made a pact with the darkness, carrying you to places from which none return? These aren't mere tales, they're warnings. The absurdity of life is a jester that dances on the precipice of despair, tipping its hat to those brave, or foolish, enough to look beyond the surface. Craft your choices wisely, for they might just be the keys to either salvation or your eternal damnation. And remember, every laugh rings with a hint of madness, every crossing bears its scars. Will you dare to step into the unknown? Or will the secrets of the underworld remain a mere flicker in the recesses of your imagination? One thing is certain: once you cross, you'll never be the same. The air was thick with dread, a smog of uncertainty swirling among the ragged stones of the ancient pathway. The moon hung low, a spectral eye watching, judging, as Mara stood frozen, heart hammering like a drumbeat of doom. Shadows danced around her, whispering secrets of the underworld, tales of souls lost to the clutches of despair. She could hear them, the distant cries, the echoes of those who had tread this path before, their voices clawing at her sanity. You can't go back, the wind seemed to hiss. You can only move forward into darkness. Beside her, Elric paced like a caged beast, hands trembling, teeth clenched. Blood from a recent scrape oozed down his arm, a visceral reminder of the peril they faced. We shouldn't have come here, he muttered, though doubt flickered in his eyes. Was it regret, or fear? Mara could not tell. The very ground beneath them felt alive, pulsating with the weight of ages, of dreams, and nightmares interwoven in a tapestry of despair. I remember the stories, she whispered, her voice almost lost to the night. The myths of the underworld navigators, those who dared to traverse the realms of the dead. How they spoke to the spirits, bartered with ghosts for passage, only to return changed, hollowed out like a forgotten husk. She choked on the words, remembering the tales told around fires, her grandmother's frail hands gesturing, weaving threads of light and shadow. But they were brave, weren't they? They knew the cost. Elric's laugh was sharp, a brittle sound that shattered the silence. Brave or foolish? What do you think they'd say about us? A pair of Morans stuttering in the dark. He kicked a stone, sending it skittering into the void. I don't know, she replied, the weight of his cynicism clawing at her heart. Maybe they'd admire us for trying. In her mind, she saw them, those brave souls, their faces lit by the flickering firelight, proud and unyielding. But what if they were just like her? What if they felt the same terror, the same paralyzing indecision? Her palms sweaty, she wiped them on her tattered cloak, questioning everything, questioning herself. A distant howl pierced the air, a mournful lament that froze the blood in her veins. "Did you hear that?" she gasped, eyes wide, scanning the darkness for signs of movement, for the encroaching shadows that seemed to stretch and twist like hungry fingers. Elric nodded, his bravado slipping away. "I did. We should move." But he made no effort to lead, no willingness to take the first step. They were adrift in a sea of night, bound to each other by fear and the haunting specter of what lay ahead. Time felt fluid here, as if the very seconds warped under the weight of their dread. She could almost feel the hands of a clock curling around her neck, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. "I remember," she murmured. The tale spoke of a guide, a spirit who lights the way, a flicker of hope in the suffocating dark. Yet as she spoke, she felt the truth gnawing at her. What if the guide was nothing more than a cruel trick, a fleeting illusion designed to torment those who dared to dream? "Don't say that, Mara." Elric's voice was a plea, but even he sounded uncertain, as if he too could feel the chill creeping closer. "We need to keep it together. We need to focus." Focus. The word rattled around in her head like a loose stone, but there was no stability here. Every breath was a fight against the darkness, and every heartbeat a reminder of her frailty. "Do you think they ever turned back?" she asked, casting a sideways glance at him, her vulnerability spilling forth like an aching wound. "Do you think they ever realized the futility of their quest?" The silence that followed felt like 1,000 years, the weight of unspoken truths pressing against their chests. "Maybe they didn't," Elric finally replied, his voice low, a tremor running beneath the surface. "Maybe they were swallowed whole, consumed by the shadows." Mara's heart sank, a stone plunging into icy water. She could see them, those souls, fading into the abyss, their dreams extinguished like flickering candles in a storm. Yet, was it better to fade than to fight? Would it be easier to surrender to despair than to claw at the darkness, desperate for light? As they pressed forward, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a warning rumble that felt as if the earth itself resented their presence. Images flashed through her mind, echoes of ancient navigators, their faces twisted in agony or rapture, depending on the stories told in the flickering firelight. "What if we're just chasing ghosts?" she murmured, the question like a prayer whispered in the dark. "Maybe," he said, voice thick with emotion. "But maybe ghosts have their own stories. Maybe they can teach us something." A flicker of hope ignited within her, but it was fragile, a thin thread poised on the edge of a precipice, ready to snap at the slightest touch. "I remember," she said again, as if summoning strength from the depths of her memory. The tale spoke of redemption too. Those who faced their fears and emerged transformed. Or those who faced their fears and were lost forever, Elric countered, the bitterness in his tone cutting deep. Suddenly, the air shifted. A figure emerged from the shadows, ethereal, shimmering like starlight trapped in a web of despair. Mara's breath caught in her throat, heart racing as the spectre approached. The guide? Or a harbinger of doom? She couldn't tell. "What do you seek?" the figure asked, voice like wind brushing through leaves. Tremors raced through her, fear and hope tangled together in an intricate dance. "We seek a way through," she said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it resonated with the weight of her truth. A way to navigate the darkness. Elric's eyes widened, a mix of disbelief and curiosity. "Do we trust it?" he breathed, the question hanging heavy between them. Mara's heart thudded, a drum echoing the ancient rhythm of fate. The decision loomed before them, a precipice into the unknown. "What choice do we have?" And with that, they stepped forward, the shadows swirling around them, binding them to their fate, a fate steeped in myth, legend, and the raw, unyielding human spirit. In that moment, the line between fear and hope blurred, and the darkness welcomed them, promising both danger and redemption. The journey had begun, and there was no turning back. The bridge loomed, a dark silhouette against the moon-soaked sky, its arches like skeletal fingers clawing at the night. I stood frozen at its edge, heart pounding a frantic tattoo as the chill of the air wrapped itself around me, seeping into my bones. The river beneath roared like a beast, an angry torrent of secrets and sorrow, whispering tales of those who had crossed and never returned. I remember the stories. I remember how they spoke of the bridge as if it were alive, a creature that demanded a toll of blood and tears. My breath hitched at the thought of the lost souls wandering its length, searching for redemption or perhaps revenge. I clutched my phone, the soft glow illuminating the darkness, yet it felt woefully inadequate against what lay ahead. "You can't go back," I whispered to myself. "You can't." Beside me, Sarah's fingers trembled as she gripped the iron railing. Her eyes, wide and glistening, were pools of uncertainty. Once bold, she was now a shadow of herself, haunted by ghosts of decisions left unmade. "What if we regret this?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread, barely holding together the weight of her fear. Regret was a familiar companion, one that had whispered in her ear for years, echoing through her every choice. "Regret is a bridge we all must cross," I replied, knowing I had no right to be the voice of reason. I was as lost as she was, tangled in my own thicket of doubts. "But we can't let it stop us." That was it, wasn't it? The bridge was more than a passage, it was a choice, a leap into the unknown. At the far end of the bridge stood Mark, his silhouette a statue carved from the night itself. He was our anchor, or so we had thought, the one who would pull us back from the precipice. Yet, even as he called us, I could see the shadows creeping into his features, twisting his smile into something darker, something desperate. "You don't understand," he shouted, voice cracking, reverberating through the stillness like a gunshot. "This isn't just about us." I felt the weight of the world press against my chest, and I realized then that the bridge had become a symbol of our shared turmoil. Each step toward it felt heavier than the last, dragging memories and expectations that threatened to drown us. The night air thickened with tension, a palpable force that made my skin crawl. The bridge was a divide, not just of space but of the heart, a rift we had created through our choices, our fears, and the unspoken truths that lay like stones in our throats. Lightning flickered across the sky, illuminating the river's surface in a brief flash of silver, a glimpse of beauty marred by chaos. I remembered my father's tales of bridges, how they were built between worlds, between the living and the dead, between hope and despair. "You cross to the other side, but what are you leaving behind?" His voice echoed in my mind, an unshakable reminder that crossing meant sacrificing parts of ourselves. "Do you really want to do this?" Sarah's voice trembled, desperation creeping in. "What if we find nothing but darkness?" I could see the flicker of her courage wavering, like a candle in a storm. Her heart was a fragile glass, teetering on the edge of shattering. "What if we find the truth?" I countered, though doubt gnawed at my resolve. My hands were clammy against the cold metal. The truth. A bridge we all sought, but one that felt like a trap. "We can't keep running." Mark's laughter cut through the air, sharp and jagged, as if the night had been torn open, exposing raw wounds. "Running?" "We're not running, he hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't betray him. "We're confronting everything that's haunted us." But confronted with that darkness, I felt the pulse of fear quickening. I could almost hear the ghosts of those who had crossed before us, their whispers echoing in the silence, warning us, urging us to turn back. The bridge was a threshold, yes, one that beckoned, but also one that promised to consume us whole. As the rain began to fall, each drop was a drumbeat against the iron, urging us forward, backward, sideways, a chaotic rhythm that mirrored the storm within. My thoughts spiraled like autumn leaves in a tempest. The bridge wasn't just a passage over water, it was an embodiment of our emotional conflicts, a physical manifestation of our fears and dreams. Each step felt like a confession, a release of everything we had bottled up inside. "Sarah!" I yelled, my voice breaking through the storm. "This is not just about crossing a bridge. It's about confronting the darkness, about finding who we really are." I could feel the cracks in my own facade, the fractures threatening to splinter me into pieces. "I don't know if I can face it," she screamed back, tears mingling with the rain, a mixture of courage and despair. "What if it's worse?" Mark's gaze flickered between us, a spark of something deeper, understanding, perhaps, or fear. But what if it's better? He countered, stepping closer, the darkness shifting around him like a living thing. What if we find the answers we've been searching for? I wanted to believe him. I wanted to feel that flicker of hope, that light illuminating the path ahead, but all I felt was the weight of uncertainty pressing down. The bridge was a chasm, yes, but it was also a lifeline, one that could pull us from the depths or drag us under. The shadows danced closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the tension, thick and suffocating, pulsing with each heartbeat, each breath. The river's roar grew louder, drowning out everything else, a reminder that we were mere mortals standing at the edge of the abyss, facing the terrifying unknown. In that moment, standing on the precipice of fear and desire, the bridge felt like a mirror reflecting our souls, fractured, yet whole, terrified, yet hopeful. And as we took our first steps onto its surface, the echoes of our pasts intertwined with our futures, a haunting yet beautiful tapestry woven into the very fabric of the night. Together, I whispered, barely able to voice the question, but needing it to be true. Sarah and Mark nodded, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a distant star, a reminder that even in darkness, there was a glimmer of possibility. And as we moved forward, the bridge resonated beneath us, a living entity connecting our fears and hopes, our pasts and futures, each step a promise, each heartbeat a declaration that we would not be defined by what haunted us. The shadows may cling to us, but we would brave the storm together. The night was thick with tension, a silent tension that clung to the air like a shroud. It hung over the water, where the dim moonlight pooled, illuminating the jagged edges of the boat, an ancient vessel that whispered secrets of the past. The sound of waves lapping against the hull was the only thing punctuating the heavy silence, but it was a silence pregnant with dread. I stood at the edge, heart hammering against my ribs, the chill of the night air mingling with a sense of impending doom. "Do you think they'll come?" Mara's voice trembled, breaking the stillness like a fragile glass shattering. She was trembling too, her hands clenched tight against the rail, knuckles white as if holding onto something precious. I wanted to reach out, to tell her it would be okay, but the truth, raw and undeniable, was that nothing felt okay anymore. "I remember the first time I saw this boat," I whispered, my voice caught in my throat. It looked so inviting. Like a gateway. I watched Mara's eyes widen, the flicker of hope mixing with fear, casting shadows across her face. She was no stranger to the lure of the unknown, yet the shadows held a darkness that chilled her more than the night air. A low hum interrupted our silence, the sound vibrating through the water, curling around us like a ghostly hand. We both turned, eyes locked on the horizon, where darkness met water, where fate danced just out of reach. The boat, weathered and worn, had always been a vessel of transformation, a promise of adventure, a bridge to a new life. But tonight, it felt more like a coffin. "Listen," I said, tension coiling tighter in my chest. "We can't turn back now." The words tasted bitter, like ash, but I forced them out, clinging to the thread of courage that had brought us here. Mara nodded, but the flicker of doubt in her eyes told me everything. She was afraid, not just of the boat, not just of the darkness, but of what we might become if we took that leap. "Do you remember the stories?" Mara's voice was barely a whisper now. "The ones about the sailors who never returned." The ghosts of those tales loomed large, their faces twisted in the moonlight, echoing the fears of countless generations. What if we're just like them? What if we vanish into the abyss? A memory fought to the surface, jagged and raw. I remembered my grandfather's stories, told around flickering flames, a time when boats were not just vessels but sacred symbols, transporting souls to the afterlife or to new beginnings. The walls of the old village were lined with tales of those who embraced the unknown, their hearts full of dreams, and yet I could almost hear their cries echoing through time. Would we join them? The night darkened further, and the air grew heavier, thick with the scent of salt and something else, something ancient and foreboding. I felt my stomach twist, the weight of our choices hanging over us. It was a crossroad steeped in history, in horror, and we were teetering on the edge. Mara's breath quickened, each inhale a battle against the suffocating fear. Could we face our past? Suddenly, a flash of light split the darkness, illuminating the water like a cosmic explosion. I gasped, the beauty of it breathtaking, but tinged with terror. Look! I pointed, and Mara's eyes widened in astonishment. It's the sign. The light flickered and danced, a haunting reminder of the ancient sailors who had once navigated by the stars. I felt a pull, an urge to step closer to that shimmering glow, to let it consume me. What if it's calling us? I breathed, my heart racing, each beat a drumroll to the unknown. Mara hesitated, biting her lip, the conflict raging in her eyes. What if it's a trap, she murmured, a fragile fear woven through her words. What if we're meant to fail? Or, I replied, forcing a smile that felt more like a grimace, what if it's everything we've ever dreamed of? The desperation in my voice cut through the tension, each word a lifeline thrown into the abyss. But as I spoke, I felt the weight of the history we carried, so many dreams lost to the depths, so many lives transformed in the blink of an eye. The silence stretched, the air thick with unspoken fears and dreams yet unfulfilled. I could feel the pulse of the universe around us, a cosmic heartbeat that resonated with my own. The boat rocked gently, as if beckoning us, whispering promises of transformation that flickered like the dying embers of a fire. Okay, Mara finally breathed, her voice steadier now, but still laced with uncertainty. But if we do this, we do it together. Together! The word wrapped around my heart like a warm embrace, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. I grasped her hand tightly, feeling the warmth radiate between us, a tether against the storm. Together, I echoed, feeling the ancient weight of every soul who had ever stood at the edge of the unknown, ready to leap into the abyss. But just as we began to step forward, the water erupted, a great surge that sent waves crashing against the boat, drowning our resolve in a flood of fury. The moon hid behind dark clouds, the night cloaked in chaos, and in that moment, I understood. Transformation was not a gentle process, it was a violent birth, a shedding of the old to embrace the new. The vessel creaked and groaned, a beast awakening from slumber, and I could almost hear the voices of long-dead sailors, urging us on, daring us to face our fears. Whatever happens, I shouted over the roar of the storm, we face it together. Mara nodded, her eyes fierce with determination, but the wind howled, a wild thing, wrapping around us, daring us to turn back. I could feel the pull of the boat, the unseen force drawing us closer to that shimmering light. The past and future collided in that moment, and it was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly transformative. Time twisted and warped, and as I stood there, heart racing, the world around us blurred. The boat became a portal, a vessel of change, the embodiment of every choice made and unmade. And in that chaos, that cacophony of dreams and fears, we stepped forward, knowing that whatever awaited us on the other side would be more than just a journey, it would be a transformation that would echo through time, unbroken and relentless. The darkness of the night enveloped us, but in that darkness lay the promise of light, of renewal. And as we sailed into the unknown, the echoes of the ancients carried us forward, forever entwined with the longing for something greater. The wind howled like a banshee, swirling around them, whispering secrets of despair and fragments of a past better left untouched. In that moment, as lightning split the sky, illuminating the jagged rocks and twisted trees, I stood paralyzed, heart pounding like a war drum. The entrance loomed before us, a gaping maw that threatened to swallow everything, my hopes, my fears, the very essence of who we were. A threshold to the underworld, and it was here that souls were tested, where heartbeats echoed with dread. Lila clutched my arm, her grip tightening as if to anchor herself, but I could see the tremor beneath her bravado. Her eyes, usually so vibrant, now flickered with shadows, trapped between the life she wanted and the darkness that whispered temptation. "We can't go back," she whispered, voice cracking like dried leaves underfoot. A shiver coursed through me. What had we become? Beside us, Ethan stood resolute, but the storm within him raged fierce, his jaw set, eyes dark like storm clouds ready to break. The weight of his past hung heavily on his shoulders, a burden he carried like a yoke, dragging him into the abyss. "If we don't face it now, we'll never be free," he asserted, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice, a tremor that betrayed the strength he tried to project. Each word felt like an invocation, a spell cast against the encroaching shadows. Time twisted and warped, the minutes stretching into an eternity as I looked into the depths of the void. I remembered my mother's laugh, the warmth of her embrace, the smell of blooming jasmine in our garden, now a distant memory as the air grew thick with foreboding. I remembered the night she left, the silence that filled the house like an unwanted guest, and the way the shadows crept in, tentacles of grief wrapping around my heart, squeezing until it bled sorrow. "Let's go," Ethan urged, stepping forward. My heart raced, a wild stallion escaping its corral. But Lila hesitated, her breath hitching as she stared into the darkness, the abyss staring back. "What if we don't come back?" she asked, the question hanging in the air like a ghost, cold and unyielding. "Then we're already lost," I replied, my voice steady despite the liquid fear coursing through my veins. We were all lost, running from the ghosts of our past, scared to face the truth. But the underworld called to us like a siren, a promise of redemption wrapped in the guise of torment. With a deep breath, we stepped over the threshold, the world behind us vanishing, swallowed by the dark. The air was thick, suffocating, laden with the weight of souls long forgotten. Every footfall echoed, a heartbeat in the silence, and I could feel the whispers of the dead brushing against my skin, chilling me to the bone. I blinked, and the landscape shifted, shadows danced like phantoms, and the ground beneath us trembled as if alive. The path twisted and turned, a labyrinth of despair and hope interwoven, and I felt the walls pressing in, the darkness closing around us. "What is this place?" Lila whispered, her voice barely a thread in the oppressive dark. Ethan's eyes shone with a fierce determination, but it was laced with desperation. "It's the barrier, a test. We must confront our fears, face what we've lost." The truth hung heavy in the air, like a blade poised to fall. But what if the truth shattered us? What if the very act of facing our ghosts meant losing ourselves forever? I stumbled, the ground shifting beneath my feet, and visions crashed into my mind like waves. I saw my mother, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind, but then the laughter twisted, contorting into screams, echoing memories of betrayal and abandonment. I choked on the bitterness, the loss rising like bile in my throat. "Stay with me," Lila cried, panic threading through her voice. I reached for her, our fingers brushing, but the connection felt frayed, as if the shadows were pulling us apart. "I'm here," I assured her, though I felt the fissures of doubt creeping in. I wanted to protect her from the pain, but how could I shield her from the darkness within me? And in that moment, the shadows erupted, figures emerging from the gloom, faces twisted in anguish, eyes hollow, mouths forming silent screams. Their presence wrapped around us, suffocating, pulling us deeper into a void of despair. I felt the terror clawing at my insides, raw and relentless. These were our memories, our regrets materialized, and there was no escaping them. I turned to Ethan. "We can't do this," my voice cracked, desperation clawing at my throat. But he stood firm, unyielding as stone. "We must. It's the only way." And suddenly, with a deafening roar, the shadows lunged toward us, a tide of sorrow crashing against our resolve. I could feel Lila's fear merging with my own, it was palpable, a living thing that threatened to suffocate us. "Fight it!" I screamed, but the panic inside me surged like a tidal wave, drowning my words. I watched as Ethan stepped forward, fierce and defiant, confronting the shadows that twisted around him like serpents. His face contorted with anguish, the past clawing at him, but his strength shone through the darkness. "You don't own me," he shouted, and the shadows recoiled, momentarily faltering. Lila clung to me, her eyes wide with fear, heart racing in time with mine. I could feel her hope flickering like a candle in the wind, fragile yet stubbornly persistent. "We can't let them win," I said, though my voice trembled, uncertainty gnawing at my resolve. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, heart racing, embracing the chaos. I faced my ghosts, the laughter turned to screams, the memories of loss, betrayal, and love intertwining. "I remember," I whispered, my voice steadying. "I remember the joy, the pain, the lessons etched into my soul." The shadows hesitated, and I pressed on, "You will not consume me. I own my past, it does not own me." In that moment, the tide began to turn, shadows retreating, the darkness ebbing like a receding wave. I could feel Lila stepping beside me, her strength mingling with mine, each heartbeat a declaration, a battle cry against the encroaching night. But as we fought, a horrific realization settled in my gut: the real barrier was not the ghosts of our past, but the fear of facing our truth. And just as that thought settled in, the ground shifted beneath our feet once more, the path twisting deeper into the darkness. We were far from done. The underworld awaited, and what lay beyond those barriers would test us in ways we couldn't yet fathom. The air clung to me, heavy with the stench of decay and dread, as I stood on the banks of the River Styx, a dark ribbon of water shimmering under a pallid moon. The night whispered secrets that curled into my ears, promises of despair woven into the faint rustle of the trees. I could almost hear the wails of the lost souls that drifted like shadows upon the surface, a choir of regret that chilled my very bones. My heart raced. I was not ready for what lay ahead. Charon stood there, the grim ferryman, his eyes two bottomless pits of sorrow and malice. With each forward step I took, the weight of my decision bore down like an anchor. I was there to meet him, to cross from the realm of the living into the abyss, and the thought twisted my insides like a knife. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear coating my tongue, as I recalled the promise I made to myself. I had come for her. I remember her laughter, like silver bells ringing in the stillness of night, her face lighting up with mischief as we danced under the stars. I remember her warmth, the way she filled spaces with her light, until the darkness came, until the accident stole her away, leaving me with echoes of a past that haunted my every waking moment. Now, standing at the edge of oblivion, I felt the weight of my grief like a shroud draped over my shoulders. I came to beg for forgiveness, to plead with the shadows for a chance to bring her back. But no one returned from the Styx, not really. With trembling hands, I fumbled for the coins in my pocket, cold and metallic under my fingertips. I remembered how, in life, money meant nothing, yet here, it was the key to the door that separated me from her. I looked up at Charon, his face etched with centuries of pain, and placed the coins in his gnarled hand, a blood-stained offering to the keeper of the threshold. Silence stretched between us like a taut wire, ready to snap. "Do you understand?" he rasped, his voice as grating as rusted iron. "There's no coming back from this." "I don't care," I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. "I need to see her. I need to tell her. I need to tell her I'm sorry." The river surged with an angry current, its dark water swirling like the chaos within me. Charon simply nodded, his expression unreadable as he gestured toward the boat, a creaking vessel carved from the very bones of the damned. I stepped inside, the wood splintering beneath my weight, and the moment I did, the world shifted. I could feel the pull of the river, a force dragging me deeper into the underbelly of existence. Ghostly figures brushed past me, their mournful faces blurred with sorrow. I recognized some, friends, loved ones, all lost to time, but it was the weight of her absence that anchored me. I had to keep moving, keep fighting against the current that sought to drown me in despair. As the boat drifted through the murky waters, memories flickered in the depths like dying stars. I saw her smile, bright and beautiful, a beacon that guided me through the darkness. We were children then, running through fields of wildflowers, hands clasped, hearts unburdened. I remembered the softness of her voice, how it wrapped around me like a comforting blanket, and I felt the raw ache of longing clawing its way up my throat. But the river was relentless, the shadows thickened as we approached the shores of the underworld. The air became frigid, biting through my skin, and despair seeped into my bones. This was a place of punishment, of eternal sorrow, and I could feel the weight of every sin I had ever committed lurking just out of sight. Beside me, a woman sat, her face obscured by cascading strands of hair, a tangle of darkness that mirrored the chaos within me. She trembled, a fragile wisp of a soul caught in her own torment, and I could feel her pain like a palpable force. Her eyes, when they met mine, were pools of despair, reflecting the depth of loss we both shared. "We're not meant to be here," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath, trembling with the weight of unshed tears. "We have to go back." "I can't," I replied, my voice rising in pitch, laced with urgency. "I have to find her." But I was losing myself in the current, pulled deeper into an abyss that promised both reunion and ruination. The river twisted and turned, every ripple a reminder of the life I had left behind, and the shadows of the dam began to close in, eager to claim me as one of their own. The woman's hand shot out, clutching my wrist with an intensity that sent shockwaves through me. "You have to fight. Fight for your love, for her. We can't let them take us." I felt her desperation, a raw and wild fire that ignited something within me. In that moment, I realized we were two lost souls, clinging to hope like a lifeline in a storm. I looked into her eyes, and for just a heartbeat, I saw my own reflection, two desperate hearts beating against the tide of despair. And then, like a lightning bolt, an idea struck me. A flicker of defiance ignited within my chest. I would not let the Styx claim us. I would push against its currents, fight against the darkness that sought to consume us. I turned toward the river, the darkness swirling violently, and cried out into the void, "I will find her." The boat began to tremble beneath us, and the shadows recoiled, the river roaring in response to my defiance. I could feel the pulse of life and death thrumming in my veins, a reminder that in every ending, there lies the potential for a new beginning. And though the river Styx may be a passage to the underworld, it would not be my end. As the shadows closed in, I locked eyes with the woman beside me, both of us trembling on the brink of oblivion. We would rise together, or we would fall together, but we would not submit to the silence of despair. The river surged beneath us, dark and tumultuous, but in that moment, we dared to hope. The echoes of our hearts intertwined as the boat hurtled forward into the depths, the confrontation with fate looming just beyond the horizon, a promise of what lay ahead. Together, we would break free from the chains of the past. Together, we would fight for our lost loves, caught in this haunting dance between life and death, hope and despair. And as the night wrapped around us like a shroud, we held on, ready to face whatever awaited us in the darkness. The river churns in its eternal darkness, an obsidian serpent slithering through the void. A figure stands on the bank, cloaked in shadows, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of despair. Charon, the ferryman, grips his oar, its surface splintered like the broken hearts he carries. A chill seeps into the marrow of your bones, as if the very essence of life were fleeing from you, leaving only the cold grip of inevitability. I watch as a man steps forward, fear etched deep in his features. His name is Lysander. He clutches a crumpled letter in trembling hands, its words a final plea, a desperate hope that had once felt like a lifeline. The ink, smudged by tears, tells of lost love, and the woman who haunts his dreams now stands on the other side of the river. Her name was Elara, her laughter was the sun, and without her, the world turned to ash. "I can't let her go," he whispers, his voice cracking like glass. There's a fragility in his tone that pulls at you, drawing you closer to the edge. The water ripples, restless, mocking his pain. But Charon does not flinch. His gaze is as hard as the stones beneath the surface, unyielding. The silence stretches, taut like a bowstring, the weight of the world resting on that single moment. "You must pay the price," he says, each word scraping against the air. His voice is deep, resonating like thunder in the distance. "The coin for the crossing." Lysander's eyes widen, realization dawning like the first light of dawn, hope extinguished. His pockets are empty, his soul impoverished. "I have nothing." The desperation in his voice cuts through the night, reverberating off the darkened trees. "I would give anything, but Charon knows the currency of the dead." He has heard it all before, the promises, the bargains wrapped in desperation. You cannot barter with what you do not own. The ferryman stands unmoved, a statue carved from the sorrow of countless souls. The river swirls behind him, a restless beast hungry for the lost. Across the river, Elara's spirit flits like a wisp of smoke, her presence ethereal yet painfully real. Lysander reaches out with a trembling hand, his heart a cacophony of agony and anguish. "Elara," he cries, the name tearing from his throat, raw and ragged. The sound hangs in the air, heavy with longing. Her gaze meets his, shimmering like the stars trapped in the depths of that dark water. Lysander, the way she says his name reverberates through the void, a haunting melody drenched in sorrow. The connection pulses between them, a bridge built on love and despair. "I'm not lost. I'm waiting, she whispers, and the air grows thicker as if reality itself bends under the weight of their unfulfilled promise. But Charon is resolute, an immovable force amidst the chaos of emotion. Time is a river, and you cannot swim against its current. His words are a bitter truth, cutting deeper than any blade. Each heartbeat echoes like a funeral drum. You come to me empty-handed, and the river demands a toll. Lysander crumples, frustration and despair boiling over. What good is a coin in a world without her? His voice breaks, a shattering glass, and I feel his heart break as if it were my own. What do I have to lose? In that moment, the air shifts, heavy with the promise of revelation, the distance between life and death shrinking into a single heartbeat. Charon's eyes narrow, and for a fleeting instant, I see a flicker of understanding, an echo of his own tormented past, perhaps a love lost to the abyss. But then the moment passes, swallowed by the darkness. Only your soul, Charon says, a hint of pity swirling in the depths of his voice. The river roars in agreement, eager for the sacrifice. It knows the taste of despair well, it craves it. Another figure emerges from the mist, Mireille, a woman whose spirit dances with the grace of the wind yet bears the weight of her own sins. She stands by the riverbank, her eyes glistening with tears of remembrance, shadows clinging to her like a shroud. She too lost someone, her brother, a victim of war, a promise broken. You can't let him take you, Lysander! She shouts, her voice fierce like a storm. We're not meant to linger here, lost in the sorrow. But her words are only echoes in a chasm filled with grief. Lysander's gaze flickers between them, torn between love and the haunting spectre of loss. The intensity of the moment thrums in the air, the weight of emotions crashing against each other like waves. I can't leave her, he cries, desperation clawing at his throat. Mireille steps closer, her heart pounding so loud I can hear it, a drumbeat of defiance. What if you don't have to? What if there's another way? There's a glimmer of hope in her tone, a tiny beacon in the oppressive gloom. The river whispers behind them, growing restless, anxious for the toll it craves. Charon's patience wears thin, the air crackling with tension. Speak your truths, but know this, the river flows one way, and the dead cannot be called back to the living. And yet, the desire to fight against fate surges within me, an instinctive longing to pull Lysander back from the precipice. The world feels unsteady, like a dream teetering on the edge of awakening. What if the price is not just gold or silver? What if love itself is the coin? I want to scream it, to shatter the night silence with a truth that could change everything. But time stretches, and the moment slips away like grains of sand through desperate fingers. Charon's gaze holds steady, unwavering. Behind him, the river beckons, a gaping maw of despair, the promise of oblivion. And as the confrontation looms, the weight of their choices hangs thick in the air, a tapestry of despair woven with hope, love, and the haunting echo of what it means to truly let go. In this fragile moment, I can feel the heartbeat of the universe, time, love, sacrifice, and the trembling line between life and death. And as their fates hang in the balance, the river roars with an insatiable hunger, ready to consume, to claim, to redefine everything they thought they knew. The air is thick with anticipation, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, each breath a whisper of fate's cruel hand. The river awaits, patient and hungry, and the choices made today will ripple through eternity, forever entwined in the annals of love and loss. And still, the night deepens, the darkness thickening, as we stand poised on the brink of the impossible, teetering between the shadows and the light. The river whispered, a silken sigh slithering through darkness, the kind that wrapped around your throat like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. The water glimmered with a cold sheen, reflecting the ghostly light of a moon that hung like a silent witness above the cursed land. It was here, in this liminal space between worlds, where the living dared not tread, and the dead lingered, tethered to regrets and unfulfilled dreams. A figure stepped to the water's edge, feet submerged in the chill, heart racing like thunder in a storm. I remember the way her eyes fixed on the rippling surface, as if searching for something lost, something she could touch again if only she reached deep enough. Ilara, haunted by grief, stood at the precipice, every movement a dance with despair. Her brother had vanished, swallowed by shadows and silence, leaving her clutching memories like brittle leaves, ready to crumble. The river, it was said, could lead her to him, through the veil of death, through the labyrinth of sorrow. But even the bravest hearts quiver when faced with the unknown. "Don't," a voice hissed from the shadows, raw and choked. It was Charon, her childhood friend, his brow furrowed with untold worry. He had always been the cautious one, the one to pull her back when the darkness beckoned too sweetly. "You don't know what waits beneath the surface." "Do you think I care?" she spat, eyes glinting with a fire that threatened to consume her. "He's down there, Charon. I can feel it. I have to try." A gasp escaped her lips, a plea that hung in the air, thick and suffocating. The river gurgled in response, a mocking laugh, or perhaps a promise. The tension crackled, electric, as the air thickened with unshed tears and unspoken fears. Charon stepped closer, the ground beneath their feet uneven, like the course of their lives, twisted and uncertain. "What if you find him? What if you don't? There are things in that water, things that would rather keep you than let you go." His voice was a raw edge, pulling at her heart, dragging her back from the brink. But Ilara, she felt the water calling to her, a siren song wrapped in the chilling embrace of longing. "I remember," she murmured, the words slipping from her lips like a prayer, "when we were children, we believed in magic. We believed it could save us. I need to believe that again." In that moment, she was a child again, laughing in sun-drenched fields, splashing her feet in the river while Charon spluttered warnings about the dangers lurking beneath the surface. And now, here she stood, teetering on the edge of despair, just as she did then, the air heavy with promises, the chill of truth biting at her skin. "Magic doesn't save people, Ilara. It destroys them," Charon countered, his voice trembling, his heart breaking. He had faced monsters in the dark, or nightmares that clawed at his sanity. He had seen what lies beneath the river's placid surface. Shadows stretched and writhed, whispering secrets of the damned. Yet, the river churned with memories of another time, another place, where water was sacred, and death was just another passage. In ancient Egypt, the Nile cradled the souls of the departed, guiding them to the afterlife, where Osiris awaited. In Hades, the river Styx was the threshold, its currents a dark embrace for desperate travelers. Ilara felt that history seep into her bones, each culture's tale echoing in her mind, a collective mourning, a testament to love and loss. "I remember," she whispered, her heart a drumbeat echoing in the silence. "The stories they told us about the waters, Charon. They bring the dead back. They wash away sins. They give life to dreams." Charon's hands gripped her shoulders, anchored in the reality of the moment, yet the specters of the past loomed heavy. "And they devour the living, Ilara. They twist your desires into nightmares." But the river surged, a creature alive, hungry for souls, the current pulling at Ilara's resolve, twisting her yearning into something primal. She could almost see the shadows moving beneath the surface, beckoning her closer, a dance of light and darkness. A flash of her brother's laughter echoed in her mind, a memory so vivid it took her breath away, his voice, his warmth, the way they would splash in the river until the sun dipped below the horizon. "Come back to me," she breathed, as if the words could bridge the chasm of death, as if they could pull him from the abyss. With a trembling resolve, she stepped forward, the water swirling around her ankles, a chilling embrace. It wrapped around her like a lover's arms, seducing her with promises of reunion. "Ilara!" Charon's voice rang out, panic lacing his words, but she couldn't turn back now. The water bubbled and churned, shadows coiling, and she felt it, the tug of the underworld, the weight of history pressing down around her. She closed her eyes, losing herself in the moment, in memories of sunlit days and laughter that echoed like a distant bell. "I remember," she murmured, slowly submerging herself, the icy grip of the river enveloping her, pulling her deeper into its depths. Each heartbeat echoed with the prayers of countless souls, each breath a testament to their longing. Charon's voice was a distant echo, a fading light in her mind. "Ilara, come back!" But the river thrashed with life, and she surrendered to the dark promise that swirled around her. The water became a canvas painted with the memories of lost souls, their stories woven into its flow, a tapestry of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of connection. And as she sank, The world above faded, replaced by the haunting whispers of the underworld, where shadows danced and water cradled the secrets of the departed. In that moment, she was not just a seeker, she was part of the eternal cycle, where water met the soul, and the line between life and death blurred. The river roared as if laughing, the currents entwining her fate with the legacies of those who had come before. A new story began, a tale born from water and woe, echoing into the dark. The funeral parlor stood in shadows, a husk of itself, the air thick with the weight of unspoken goodbyes. Outside, rain drummed against the pavement, but inside, it was the silence that screamed. Ilara clutched the smooth wood of the casket, her knuckles white, a nail digging into her palm as if to anchor her to the present. She couldn't breathe. Memories flooded her mind, her brother Liam's laughter, the way he used to challenge her to races down the steep hill behind their house, the smell of summer grass and ice cream. That laughter now echoed like a ghost, haunting the very marrow of her bones. Why? The word slipped from her lips, barely a whisper, but it felt like a knife. The air shifted, and she felt a presence. She turned, and there stood Marco, his face a storm of grief and fury. They were bound by this moment, two souls unraveling at the seams, yet neither could grasp the other's pain. "I don't know," he said, his voice cracking like dry leaves underfoot. "I can't understand how this could happen." His eyes were hollow, darkened by sleepless nights, and they bore the weight of the world's unfairness. The silence stretched, heavy with unshed tears, and between them lay the spectre of grief, palpable and suffocating. Ilara's heart raced. We were supposed to make it out, to live life together. Not like this. She was shaking, her body an electric wire, sparking with raw emotion. She thought she saw a flicker of something in Marco's eyes, regret? Guilt? The way he'd pushed Liam away just days before the accident. What if Marco started, his voice trailing off, the unsaid heavy between them? What if they had done something differently? What if they had listened? What if they had been there? With every word unspoken, the air grew thicker, a miasma of what ifs choking the truth that lay bare before them. I remember, Ilara's voice cracked like shattered glass, memories tumbling over one another. I remember his smile, the way he'd tease me for being so serious about school. It feels like I'm living someone else's life, the nightmare. She pressed her palm against the casket, wanting to feel the warmth of life that once resided beneath the polished surface. Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a silent testimony to the love they'd lost. Marco stepped closer, the darkness of his own thoughts swirling around him like a fog. I remember the night he told us about his dreams, how he wanted to travel the world, see the stars up close. He was going to take us with him. His voice broke, and the weight of his own burden pressed down on him. Ilara saw the flicker of anger in his gaze, directed not at her, but at the universe, at the cold indifference of fate that had ripped their lives apart. Life feels so fragile, she breathed, the truth releasing a shudder through her body. It echoed in the hollow hall, a reminder that existence could be snuffed out in the blink of an eye. They stood in the parlor, surrounded by the trappings of death, but what clung to them was the bittersweet taste of life, its beauty, its fragility, its relentless march toward the unknown. Do you ever think, Marco hesitated, the weight of his words palpable? What if there's something beyond this? Something waiting for us? His eyes locked onto hers, searching, desperate. What if we could see him again? Ilara felt a shiver run down her spine. You mean, like crossing over? Like rebirth? The words tasted foreign, an intoxicating mix of hope and despair. She remembered the stories their mother used to tell, of spirits lingering just beyond the veil, of dreams that carried whispers from the great beyond. It filled her with a yearning, a fierce desire to believe that death wasn't the end. But what if it was? What then? Maybe, Marco's voice trembled, maybe we should reach out to him. In some way. Like, find a way to connect. I can't lose him like this. The desperation in his eyes stirred something deep within her, a flicker of hope igniting against the darkness that threatened to consume them. An idea bloomed, fragile yet radiant. The old oak tree, she whispered, breathless. The one near the river where we used to carve our names. It's said to hold memories. I remember, she clutched her chest, feeling the pulse of something greater, something almost cosmic. Let's go there. Maybe we can. I can't, Marco interrupted, panic flooding his voice. What if we're wrong? What if we're just grasping at shadows? His fear was a palpable entity, wrapping around them like a vice. I don't care. Ilara shouted, the echo of her anguish piercing the silence. I can't stand just sitting here, waiting for answers that may never come. The room trembled on the brink of something, hope, desperation, fear, all coiling like smoke, thickening the air until it felt as though the very walls were listening. In that moment, they were two broken souls, adrift in an ocean of grief, yet tethered to the possibility of something more. With a shared glance, they made an unspoken pact, a promise to seek the truth, to chase the flicker of life that remained hidden in the shadows of death. They would confront the unknown, together. And as they stepped outside, the rain washed over them, cleansing, renewing. The world felt alive, a vibrant canvas painted with grief and longing, but also with the promise of rebirth. The path ahead was uncertain, shrouded in mist and mystery, but they had each other. In their hearts, the notion of crossing over, of life, death, and the space in between, burned fiercely, urging them forward into the unknown, a silent call from the cosmos, a whisper of hope that would never fade. The air crackles like static, heavy with dread, as shadows stretch across the ground, creeping closer. I can feel the familiar weight of fear gnawing at my insides, every heartbeat an ominous drum echoing the past. I stand on the precipice of something vast and unknowable, an underworld, a bridge, a threshold. Beneath me, the river Styx flows, its black current a whisper of souls lost. The cries of the damned swirl in the wind, punctuating the air with a haunting melody that pulls me under. I remember Helen, her laughter once bright and infectious, now reduced to a hollow echo lost in this wretched place. She clutches the ragged edges of her dress, eyes wide with terror. We shouldn't be here, she breathes, but I can see the flicker of defiance igniting in her heart. She's always been a warrior, never one to back down from a fight, even against the demons of her own making. Beside her, Marcus stands frozen, a lighthouse in a storm. His jaw is clenched, sweat beading on his brow as he recalls the faces of those he couldn't save. The memories are a heavy cloak draped over his shoulders, suffocating him. He turns to me, desperation painted across his features. We have to cross, he says, voice trembling like the leaves on the trees that whisper secrets of despair. There's no other way. Each word hangs in the air, a fragile thread connecting us to the abyss below, where the souls of the forgotten writhe in eternal sorrow. Time feels distorted here, stretching and compressing like the very fabric of reality, and I can't shake the feeling that the bridge is alive, breathing, pulsing with the ghosts of those who once tread upon its surface. As we take our first steps onto the bridge, the ground shifts beneath us, the wood creaking like bones underfoot. I remember the stories told by the fireside, the myths of Charon, the ferryman, his oar cutting through the darkness like a knife through flesh. He charges a toll of memories, and as I walk, I can feel the price weighing heavy on my soul. Every step is a reminder of the lives I've led, the choices that brought me here. I remember joy, laughter, and the bittersweet taste of loss. Do you hear that? Helen whispers, her voice barely more than a whisper, yet it vibrates with intensity. I strain my ears, listening to the sorrowful wails that echo around us. They're calling for us. Marcus shakes his head, but doubt festers in his eyes. They are not our friends, he insists. These are the lost. And it hits me, the truth of it. We are the lost too, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The bridge beneath our feet is a fragile bridge between life and death, hope and despair. Each step feels like an affront to the shadows reaching up from the depths, clawing at our ankles, dragging us closer to the yawning maw of the underworld. Suddenly, the air thickens, the shadows stretch longer, and a figure materializes at the far end of the bridge. Cloaked in darkness, the silhouette ripples like smoke, a ghastly specter that sends chills racing down my spine. Turn back, it hisses, voice like dry leaves scraping against stone. Your souls are not meant to linger here. I feel the oppressive weight of its gaze, a reminder of our flaws, our failures. Our hearts pound in unison, a frantic symphony of fear and longing. Helen steps forward, defiance sparking in her eyes, as if to say, "We will not be cowed." But Marcus grips her arm, fear etched upon his face. "We can't fight this. We'll lose everything." I want to scream, to shout that we're not afraid. But the weight of the truth presses down, heavy as an anchor. We are bound to this place by our regrets, our unfulfilled dreams. Each step, each heartbeat reverberates through the darkness, a relentless reminder of our uncertainties. As the figure approaches, I see its face, a mirror reflecting our deepest fears. Time blurs, and I'm thrown back to moments I thought I had buried. I remember the night I stood by my sister's hospital bed, hands trembling as I said goodbye. I remember the laughter of friends at the pub, the warmth of connection that now feels like a cruel joke. I remember my mother's voice, soft yet firm, urging me to find my way back, even as she slipped through time like sand through fingers. "Why do you linger?" the figure asks, voice echoing like a curse. "What do you seek?" And suddenly, I know. We seek forgiveness, redemption, a reason to believe that even in this darkness, we can find our way back to the light. But the bridge shudders beneath us, and the shadows deepen, threatening to swallow us whole. "Go," I whisper, the word tearing itself from my throat. "We must keep going." But as I step forward, the shadow lunges, and Helen screams, her voice piercing through the stillness like a gunshot. I turn, and Marcus is already in motion, pushing her back, the sacrifice painted across his features. "No. We can't leave without each other." But the bridge buckles, the darkness swells, and I'm caught in a maelstrom of despair. I reach for them, but the spectre looms closer, its icy fingers brushing against my skin, sending shards of panic spiraling through my heart. Everything collapses into chaos, the air thick with despair, the bridge trembling beneath us. I remember the stories of the Underworld, the warnings of those who crossed before us. But it's too late, we've already stepped into the void. And as the shadows close in, I realize this is not the end. It's only the beginning. I think of the bridges that span mythologies, the rainbow bridge of the Norse, the shimmering path of the Hindu afterlife, the winding roads of the Celtic underworld. Each tale whispers a promise of connection, of hope in the darkness. And as the shadows wrap around us, I know we are not alone. We carry the echoes of those who've walked before us, and in this moment, we are all interconnected, threads woven through time, bound by love, loss, and the indomitable human spirit. With a surge of courage, I reach out, grasping Helen's hand, pulling Marcus close as the abyss threatens to swallow us whole. Together, we plunge into the darkness, hearts pounding, souls aching, ready to confront our pasts and fight for our futures. As we step into the depths, the bridge behind us reverberates with the echoes of countless souls who have dared to cross, our voices joined in a haunting symphony that will never truly end. The air was thick, dense with a desperation that clung to the skin like a shroud. Shadows loomed larger in the flickering torchlight, whispering secrets of the damned. I stood at the threshold, heart pounding, the echoes of my own breaths drowning out the eerie silence surrounding me. Ahead, the entrance to the underworld gaped like the maw of a monstrous beast, eager to consume the living, to rend flesh from bone. I remember the first time I felt fear like this, a child's terror when the lights went out, a world reduced to the suffocating weight of darkness. But this was something far worse. It was an abyss, a void where hope was extinguished, where echoes of laughter twisted into wails. And yet, I found myself stepping closer, compelled by the gravity of a promise made to a ghost. Evelyn, the name tasted bitter on my tongue. Her laughter had once filled every corner of my heart, and now it lingered only as a haunting melody, a siren call pulling me towards the abyss. She had been vibrant, a flame in a world cloaked in shadows, until she was snatched away in a cruel twist of fate. "You have to find me," she had whispered in my dreams, her voice a velvety caress, fading like smoke. I couldn't refuse her, no matter how deep the darkness loomed. Beside me, Marcus stood silent, his face carved from stone, cheeks gaunt, eyes sunken. He had always been the rock to my ebbing tide, but now he felt like a ghost himself, haunted by his own losses. "You know this is madness," he said, the words spilling from his lips like gravel. Yet even he couldn't resist the pull of the unknown, the slither of hope wrapped in despair. The path ahead was littered with bones, remnants of those who had dared cross this threshold before us. I could almost hear their whispers, their warnings. But Evelyn's voice drowned them out, sweet and soft, "Come for me." My heart wrenched with a mix of longing and dread. There was no turning back. We stepped into the moor, the world behind us fading into a sepulchre of silence. The air changed, the temperature dropped, a bone-chilling reminder of the lives lost in this cursed place. A fog curled around us, thick and suffocating, wrapping me in memories of happier days spent with Evelyn under the sun. I remember her laughter, bright and infectious, and how it felt like home. Now, it was a distant echo, a reminder of everything we had lost. "Focus," Marcus snapped, his voice breaking through the fog. I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he clenched his fists, every muscle coiled tight with fear. "We need to find the gatekeeper. It's our only chance." His determination stirred something deep within me, a flicker of hope mixed with the weight of despair. We pressed on, deeper into the underworld, the shadows twisting and curling around us like living things. I felt their cold fingers brushing against my skin, taunting me with memories of love, laughter, and loss. Each step felt like a descent into madness, the ground beneath us pulsing like a heartbeat, urging us to turn back. But Evelyn's whisper grew louder, a sweet, intoxicating spell. "You must find me." A figure emerged from the mist, a silhouette wrapped in tattered robes, eyes glimmering like dying stars. "The gatekeeper. Why have you come?" His voice was gravelly, ancient, each word dripping with a weight that felt tangible. "I seek the lost," I said, my voice trembling, raw and exposed. "Evelyn." The name tasted like broken glass, sharp and painful. The gatekeeper's gaze pierced through me, searching, judging. "Many seek the lost. Few find what they desire." Marcus stepped forward, defiance etched in every line of his face. "We are not like the others. We have to try." The determination mixed with desperation in his voice sent a shiver down my spine. A flicker of hope danced in the depths of my fear. With a wave of his hand, the gatekeeper beckoned us closer. "Then you must face the trials. They will test your resolve, your heart." I felt the weight of his words like a chain around my neck. Trials? What more could this world take from us? My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a caged animal desperate for freedom. "Are you ready to sacrifice?" the gatekeeper asked, and I could feel his words wrapping around my throat like a noose. My breath quickened, and for a moment, I hesitated. What would I lose in this quest? I glanced at Marcus, his stormy eyes revealing a tempest within, a battle between hope and despair. "I'll do whatever it takes," I whispered, and though my voice wavered, the truth behind it pulsed like a beacon in the darkness. "Then let the trials begin," the gatekeeper intoned, darkness swirling around us like a tempest, and I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. The first trial came swiftly, a wave of visions crashing upon me like icy waters. I found myself in the midst of our past, Evelyn laughing as we spun in the summer sun, her hair a halo of golden light. But then the laughter faded, replaced by her screams, her eyes wide with terror as shadows closed in around us. "No!" I cried, reaching out for her, but the vision shattered, leaving me gasping for breath, clutching at the air where she had been. Marcus stood beside me, his face a mask of determination, yet I could see the flicker of pain in his eyes. "You must fight it," he urged, voice steady. "Remember who you're fighting for." And in that moment, I remembered. I remembered the way her smile could light up even the darkest places, the way she filled every room with warmth. I remembered the promises we made, the laughter we shared, and I felt a surge of strength rise within me. I turned back to the shadows, defiance igniting in my chest. "I will not lose her!" I screamed into the void, and the darkness flickered, wavering as if my resolve had pierced through its veil. The second trial was upon us, an endless labyrinth of memories, each corner echoing with the ghosts of our past. I wove through the corridors, desperation clawing at my throat, each memory a blade cutting deeper. I could see Marcus struggling beside me, grappling with his own shadows, his guilt pulling him under. Marcus! I shouted, but the echo swallowed my voice. He was lost in a labyrinth of regrets, haunted by the weight of his own failures. Fight, Marcus! We can't give in. The shadows laughed, a cacophony of despair wrapping around us like a vice. I felt the edges of my sanity fraying, but I clung to the memories of what we had: Evelyn's laughter, Marcus's unwavering strength. No more! I roared, and with each step, I carved a path through the shadows, leading Marcus with me, our bond igniting a spark that pushed back against the darkness. The final trial came crashing down like a tidal wave. We stood at the precipice of our worst fears, the abyss yawning beneath us, and Evelyn's voice called out, sweet yet sorrowful. You can't save me. But I wouldn't accept that. I reached out, teeth clenched, heart hammering. I will save you. I will not let you go. The shadows writhed in response, a storm of grief threatening to pull us under. Face your truth, the gatekeeper's voice thundered, resonating in the depths of my soul. What will you sacrifice for love? I felt the weight of that question, an anchor dragging me down. Everything, I gasped. I will sacrifice everything. And then, the shadows surged, a wave of despair crashing around me, threatening to drown me in sorrow. I struggled, my heart pounding, tears blinding me. But amidst the chaos, I felt a warmth, a light cutting through the darkness. Evelyn! I shouted, the name a battle cry, a lifeline reaching out. I choose love. The darkness recoiled, the shadows retreating as if they could not withstand the force of my resolve. The gatekeeper stood silent, watching, as I felt the universe shift, the veil between the worlds trembling in the wake of my declaration. In that moment, everything changed. The trials had torn us apart, but they had also woven us closer together. I could feel Marcus's strength beside me, and together, we faced the shadows with our hearts ablaze, unbreakable. But as the darkness receded, I could see the path ahead, a harrowing journey yet to come, a promise unfulfilled. The air crackled with tension, and I knew this was just the beginning. I could hear Evelyn's voice once more, a haunting melody filled with both hope and despair, calling me deeper into the abyss. And yet, I felt a flicker of possibility, a glimmer of light in the darkness. Together, we stood, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The trials had forged us anew, fear and love intertwined, hearts beating as one, drawn into the depths of the unknown. The storm crashed against the fragile hull, a symphony of chaos that shrieked through the night like a tortured soul. Rain sliced through the air, each drop a tiny dagger, relentless and chilling. I gripped the edge of the boat, knuckles white, heart racing like a drum echoing through the abyss. Water surged over the side, cold and unforgiving, pulling at my fears as if they were made of paper, threatening to drown me in a deluge of despair. There, in the heart of the tempest, was MIA, her eyes wide and wild, reflecting the lightning that split the sky. I could see the flicker of determination fighting against her uncertainty. She clutched the remnants of our sails, the tattered fabric flapping in the wind like a wounded bird, desperate for flight. We have to steer, she yelled, her voice swallowed by the roaring sea. But the helm slipped from my grasp, I was paralyzed by a memory, a whisper of a promise made long ago. I remember when we thought we could outrun the storm, I whispered, my own voice lost in the cacophony. A memory cascaded back, a summer evening on that old lake, the sun spilling golden light across the water. MIA and I had laughed, buoyant and free, our dreams as vast as the sky, not yet aware of the weight that would anchor us down. But here, in this moment, dreams felt like shadows, teasing our existence. The boat rocked violently, a wooden coffin fighting against the currents of fate. Will! MIA screamed, her voice piercing through the fog of my thoughts. Stop thinking. Just act. Act. As if it were that simple. I was a ghost of my former self, drifting in a sea of regrets and unfulfilled ambitions. I remembered how I'd promised her I'd always protect her, but protection felt like a hollow word now, echoing against the night, mocking me. My heart pounded painfully against my chest, and I felt the weight of her gaze, heavy and searching, urging me to face the fears that had chained me. Across from us, Daniel clutched his own memories, a phantom at the edge of our world. His face was pale, a canvas of guilt smeared with despair. "I didn't mean to," he stuttered, his voice cracking like the thunder that rolled overhead. "I thought we'd be safe." Safe. The word bit like a serpent, coiling around my thoughts. It was Daniel's reckless abandon that had brought us here, his need for adventure dragging us into the storms more like lambs to slaughter. "I remember when you said life was an adventure," I shot back, rage and fear blending into a molten core. "You wanted this, didn't you? You wanted to feel alive." My words were sharp, each one a searing reminder of our choices, his reckless enthusiasm the spark that ignited this chaos. He fell silent, the storm consuming his response, just as it consumed all of us. The waves crashed against the hull, an endless roar that drowned out the silence of our shared dread. We were three souls in a fragile vessel, pulled between the currents of our past and the terrifying abyss of our future. Lightning danced again, illuminating the depths of our fears. I saw Emma, vulnerable yet defiant, her spirit flickering like the dying light. In that moment, I understood, we were not just battling the storm. We were wrestling with the ghosts of our own making. Each wave carried the weight of our failures, heavy as lead, each gust of wind whispering the truths we dared not confront. "I can't do this," I said, my voice barely more than a breath. But that's when I felt her hand on my shoulder, steady and grounding. "You can. We can." Together, she insisted, and her words were a lifeline, a beacon in the swirling darkness. But the truth was I didn't know if I could fight against the storm, or against the shadows of our past. "Will." Mia's voice pierced the chaos, a desperate plea clawing through the tempest. "You have to believe." "Believe? In what? In us? In this boat?" I looked around, my heart caught in my throat as I saw Daniel, a reflection of my own fears staring back, his eyes filled with regret. The weight of our decisions felt boundless, like a black hole consuming everything we'd ever hoped to be. "Just steer," I whispered, forcing myself to focus on the helm. The wheel felt foreign, as if my hands had forgotten their purpose. I closed my eyes, searching for that summer evening again, the laughter, the joy, the feeling of being invincible. But all I found was the relentless churn of the storm inside me. The cabin creaked ominously, and I could feel the boat straining against the waves, the wood groaning like an ancient soul lamenting its fate. "We're going to capsize," Daniel shouted, panic clawing at his throat. I opened my eyes, heart hammering, as I caught a glimpse of the horizon, barely visible through the sheets of rain. In that fleeting moment, I realized, this was not just a fight against the storm, it was a fight for our very souls, for redemption, for the light that flickered in the dark recesses of our hearts. With a sudden, raw surge of adrenaline, I grasped the helm, pulling it hard to the right, heart racing as I felt the boat respond, a momentary shift against the chaos. "Hold on!" I yelled, and Emma braced herself, eyes locked on mine, faith igniting a fire deep within her. Together, she shouted, and as if our souls synchronized with the rhythm of the storm, we became a force, an unyielding trio battling against the tempest. Each swell of the waves became a reminder of our struggles, every crash against the hull a testament to our resolve. In that moment, I understood, we were more than just three flawed souls on a fragile boat. We were the embodiment of hope and despair, love and fear, battling the tempest within and around us. We would rise, or we would fall, but we would face the storm together. And as the winds howled and the sea roared its fury, I felt the heartbeat of the universe pulsing through me, a reminder that even in the darkest of storms, love remains, the anchor that keeps us grounded, the sail that pushes us forward into the unknown, the light that guides us home. The moon hung low over the Ganges, a silver coin resting on the river's surface, glinting in the darkness. I stood at the edge of the water, breathless, feeling its ancient pulse tug at my soul like a whisper of a long-forgotten promise. The air was thick with incense and desperation, a smell that mingled with the damp earth beneath my feet. Ravi, my brother, was a mere shadow beside me, his eyes filled with a tumult of fear and anger, and the soft murmurs of the faithful on the ghats only heightened the tension. They believed. They hoped. But all I felt was dread. "I can't do this," Ravi whispered, his voice trembling. "Not anymore." I turned to him, my heart heavy with the weight of our shared history, the stories of our family woven into every current of this sacred river. He had always been my anchor, the voice of reason among the chaos of our lives. Yet, in this moment, I could see the cracks in his armor, fear clawing at the edges of his resolve. "Do you remember the stories, Ravi?" I pressed, my words urgent, desperate to dredge up the glories of our childhood from the murky depths of his memory. The tales of how the river cleanses? How it connects us to the gods? He shook his head, the shadows swallowing his features. "Those are just stories, Maya. Just words, words." They echoed like the distant toll of a clock, marking time slipping away from us, each tick a reminder of our mortality. The Ganges had witnessed countless lives, countless deaths, a river of both hope and despair. But the Nile, the other sacred river, the stories flowed differently there, lost in the whispers of ancient pharaohs and the ghosts of the past that lingered in its depths. It was a river of rebirth, a promise of resurrection, yet even those waters hid secrets that could drown a man whole. I thought of Amina, our sister, her laughter like the bubbling of a brook, now silenced, snatched away by the darkness lurking beneath the surface of our lives. If we don't confront this, Ravi, if we don't face the truth of what happened to Amina, we'll be lost, forever floating in this void. His eyes flared, a storm brewing within. "You think I don't feel it? That I don't see her face every night?" The words burst from him like shrapnel, jagged and raw. "You think I want to dive into the past? Into the underworld? I can't bear it." The underworld. The very word sent shivers racing down my spine. I felt the weight of the river's secrets bearing down on us, the tales of the departed clinging to the air, as if they were specters rising for vengeance. The Ganges was a sacred passage to the afterlife, yet it was also a relentless current, swallowing the unworthy and the lost. I stepped closer to him, my heart racing against the backdrop of flickering flames and whispered prayers. "We must. For Amina. For us." But the river was restless tonight, its waters churning with an unspoken fury. A sudden splash broke through the air, and I turned sharply, my breath hitching. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the moonlight, an old man, his beard wild and eyes fierce, clutching a staff like a lifeline. I recognized him as the river's priest, a guardian of the sacred waters. "You seek answers," he rasped, his voice like gravel scraping against stone. "Yes," I said, though part of me trembled at the thought of what those answers might reveal. "Then listen." He pointed toward the darkness beyond the riverbank, toward a place I knew too well, the spot where Amina had vanished, swallowed by the very river we revered. "The Nile remembers her. It holds her secrets, her pain. To find the truth, you must face the waters." I could feel Ravi's breath hitch next to me, the tension between us like a taut string ready to snap. "We can't. You don't understand." But the priest's eyes were unyielding. "The past and future are intertwined. Feel the currents. Honor the journey." His words seeped into my mind, wrapping around my heart like a vine. I remembered, the laughter, the games we played by the riverbank, the promises we made to never let go. But promises felt fragile now, like paper boats drifting on angry tides. "Let's go," I said, my voice steadying as determination flooded my veins. "Let's confront this, together." Ravi hesitated, his face a portrait of conflict, fear battling the flickering flame of hope. "But what if we're not ready?" "Ready? When are we ever ready?" I scoffed, my heart pounding against my ribs, the air charged with the electricity of the moment. "What we fear is already here. What we hide is already in the depths. We must face it, because if we don't, it will consume us." As I spoke, the river surged behind us, a relentless reminder of the lives it had taken and the stories it could tell. I could almost hear Amina's laughter echoing in the wind, a haunting melody woven with love and loss. The old priest stepped aside, his gaze piercing through the veil of uncertainty. "The river calls to you. Answer it." And so we stepped forward, tethered by blood and grief, the moonlight shimmering on the surface of the Ganges as if it were a portal to the unknown. The undercurrents churned beneath our feet, dark and deceptive, pulling us closer to the edge of revelation and despair. The shadows danced around us, secrets swirling like ghosts in the night, waiting to reveal the truth of our past. With every step, I felt the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that we were not just seeking answers for ourselves, but for a sister lost to the waters, a family torn apart by sorrow. I closed my eyes and took a breath, letting the river's pulse resonate through my very being. For Amina, I whispered, a mantra against the darkness. The Ganges surged forward, beckoning us deeper into its depths, and I knew that we were about to uncover what lay beneath, both in the river and in ourselves, an intertwining of fate that would forever bind us. Shadows stretched like fingers across the crumbling cobblestones, twisting and elongating in the fading light. I stood there, breath caught, heart racing, as the last remnants of day slipped away, leaving only the chill of dusk. A murmur of wind whispered tales of the past, of ancient rituals, of forgotten souls that wandered these very streets, tethered to the earth by chains of memory and geography. I remember the moment all too vividly, the air sharp with the scent of impending rain and something deeper, a hint of decay lingering just beneath the surface. Mara, my childhood friend, stood at the edge of the square, her silhouette stark against the encroaching night. The weight of her lineage pressed down on her like a shroud. Her family was entwined with the legends of the Underworld, a bloodline steeped in the lore of the land. She had always been the brave one, the one who laughed at the shadows, but tonight, I noticed the tremor in her hand as she clutched the ancient pendant that hung around her neck, an heirloom that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Her dark eyes flickered with fear, a storm brewing within that threatened to spill over. "What if they're right?" she whispered, voice cracking. "What if the stories aren't just stories?" Across the square stood Elias, his presence a stark counterpoint to Mara's fragile intensity. He was an artist, or he had been before the world turned against him, before the whispers of madness swept through towns like a wildfire. He saw the world in vibrant colors, yet tonight his palette was grim. I could see it in the way he stood, shoulders hunched, the lines on his face deep and despairing. The geography of his spirit was forever altered, like a landscape ravaged by a storm. "It's all a lie," he muttered, more to himself than to us. But the tremor in his voice told a different story, a lingering doubt, a flicker of belief hidden beneath layers of defiance. The moon rose, a ghostly spectre illuminating the cobblestones, revealing the truth lurking in the shadows. "I remember," I said, my voice trembling as memories crashed over me like waves. "The tales of the Underworld. The way the soil here is soaked with stories, each grain a whisper from the past." The words hung heavy in the air, thick with the weight of history. Mara's gaze darted to the edges of the square, where the darkened alleys seemed to breathe, pulling at the very fabric of reality. "It's all connected," she insisted, a fiery determination igniting in her eyes. "The mountains, the rivers, the earth beneath our feet, they hold the echoes of the dead, shape our beliefs, our fears. The geography of our lives intertwines with the very essence of the Underworld." But Elias shook his head, a grim smile curling his lips. "Isn't it absurd?" he said, his voice dripping with a kind of dark humor that was his only shield against the abyss. "They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy." Yet even as he mocked, I saw the fear beneath the bravado. The way his hands trembled as he lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards like souls escaping the confines of the living. A low rumble echoed in the distance, a storm brewing not just in the skies but in the very fabric of our existence. "We're standing on the precipice," I said, the words spilling out like a confession. "The land remembers, and it speaks in ways we can't understand. The stories of our ancestors, of those who had walked before us, were woven into the soil, each footfall a testament to their struggles, their triumphs, their unending quest for meaning in a universe that often felt indifferent. The ground beneath us felt charged, alive with the weight of history and the unfulfilled promises of the past." "What if we're just echoes?" Mara asked, her voice trembling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What if we're bound to repeat their mistakes?" Elias stepped forward, defiance etched into the lines of his face. "Then we'll break the cycle. We'll carve our own stories into this land." But even as he spoke, I saw the crack in his armor, the flicker of doubt that threatened to engulf him. The geography of his heart was a battlefield, littered with the remnants of dreams and despair. Rain began to fall, soft at first, like the caress of a lover long lost. It picked up, drumming against the cobblestones, a relentless reminder of the storm within us all. "I remember the tales of the river," I said, voice rising above the downpour. "How it carried the souls of the departed, winding through the valleys, whispering secrets to the mountains. Our geography shapes our beliefs, the very core of who we are." Mara's breath quickened, a shared understanding passing between us, a fragile thread connecting our souls. The weight of our heritage pressed down upon us, forging a bond steeped in shared fears and profound truths. "But what if we choose to believe differently?" she asked, a spark igniting in her heart. "What if we redefine the stories?" Elias's laughter broke through the tension, wild and raw, echoing off the walls like a desperate plea. "Then we'll become the authors of our own fate. No more shadows, no more whispers." But even as he spoke, a flicker of uncertainty danced in his eyes, a reflection of the chaos that swirled around us. The storm raged on, the heavens opening up as if to wash away the sins of those who had come before us. And we stood there, three souls intertwined in the tempest, caught between the weight of history and the promise of a new beginning. The geography of our hearts shifted, each heartbeat echoing against the backdrop of a world both familiar and foreign. I could feel the tension building, a crescendo of emotions, a collision of past and present. The rain mixed with the earth, and for a brief moment, I felt the heartbeat of the land beneath my feet, rhythmic and unyielding. "We are the ghosts and the living," I whispered, feeling the truth of it pierce through the chaos. "We are the stories waiting to be told." And as the storm continued to howl, the shadows danced around us, flickering like memories just out of reach. The line between the living and the dead blurred, and in that moment, I knew our journey was only just beginning. The air hung thick, a palpable tension that wrapped around me like a shroud. A single lantern flickered in the suffocating darkness of the underworld, casting shadows that danced like lost souls. I could hear their whispers, a haunting lullaby that echoed through the void. "You shouldn't be here," they seemed to say, their voices a chorus of regret and foreboding. But I was too far gone, caught in the pool of the abyss, where barriers blurred and guardians lurked, unseen but palpably present. I remember the moment I crossed that threshold, where daylight ceased to exist, and the very essence of fear wrapped its fingers around my throat. I was searching for my brother, lost to the world of shadows, drawn by an insatiable need to reclaim him. Memories of laughter and warmth slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. "You have to find him," I had promised myself, yet the path was littered with nightmares. Suddenly, I found myself face to face with a creature born from the deepest recesses of dread, a hulking figure shrouded in smoke and sorrow. Its eyes, two glowing orbs, pierced through the darkness. "Who dares trespass?" it rumbled, the ground trembling beneath its weight. I stood frozen, heart racing, breath shallow. The guardian of this realm, tasked with keeping the lost from ever returning. I could taste the fear, sweet and metallic, as it pooled in my mouth. "I'm not lost," I stammered, though the words felt hollow, echoing like a lie against the cavern walls. The creature leaned closer, its breath like the cold grip of winter, and I could see the remnants of souls trapped within its form, trapped just like my brother. There was a flicker of movement beside me. Sarah, my sister, fierce and unyielding, who had followed me into this nightmare against my wishes. Her presence was a lifeline, yet it felt like a weight dragging me further into despair. I saw the worry etched across her face, a mixture of fear and determination that ignited a spark in my chest. "We'll find him together," she whispered, her voice quaking yet resolute. But the creature laughed, a low, rumbling sound that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Together? You think that binding your fates will shield you from the darkness? Love is a weakness here." As we stood before that monstrous guardian, a wave of memories crashed over me, vivid flashes of our childhood. I remembered the laughter that filled our home, the nights we spent weaving tales of heroes and fantastical beasts. But now, those stories felt like shadows, flickering in the light of this grim reality. "You can't take him from us," I shouted, my voice rising, raw with emotion. The guardian's laughter echoed, mocking, deeper than the void that surrounded us. And then, as if summoned by my defiance, the ground trembled, and the shadows shifted. Figures emerged, wraith-like and silent, their eyes hollow yet pleading. They were the lost, souls yearning for release, guardians of their own torment. Each face was a mirror reflecting the fear that had taken root in my heart. I recognized them from old tales, creatures I had once laughed at, now standing before me, manifestations of my deepest insecurities and regrets. "Are you ready to join them?" the guardian taunted, its voice a low growl that reverberated through my bones. I could feel the weight of despair creeping in, as if the darkness itself was reaching for my soul, whispering promises of surrender. "You will forget. You will fade." "No." I gasped, desperation clawing at my insides. I reached for Sarah, grasping her hand, the warmth of her skin grounding me. "We're not losing anyone today." I had to believe that, had to cling to that hope like a life raft in an ocean of despair. The guardian lunged, shadows swirling around us, their icy tendrils grasping at our limbs. I could feel the weight of their longing, their unfulfilled dreams wrapping around me, pulling me into a chasm of despair. It was a riptide of regret, ready to swallow me whole. I gasped for air, my mind racing back to my brother's laughter, the way it lit up the darkest rooms. "Fight!" Sarah screamed, her voice fierce, unyielding. "Fight for him!" I closed my eyes, drawing on every ounce of love we'd ever shared, every moment that had stitched our lives together. I felt the fire ignite in my chest, a fierce blaze that surged through my veins. I opened my eyes, meeting the guardian's gaze, and for the first time, I saw it, the fear in its eyes, a flicker of uncertainty. "We are not your prisoners!" I shouted, my voice rising, filled with a power I didn't know I possessed. The shadows recoiled, shrieking as the light of our love pushed back against the encroaching darkness. But the guardian wasn't finished. It lunged again, a mass of fury and despair. I felt the rush of wind as it came for us, the shadows writhed, twisting like serpents. Yet in that moment, I stood firm, Sarah beside me, our hands intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, strong and unyielding. Together, I whispered, a mantra against the oncoming storm. "We face this together." And as the guardian surged, we pushed back, hearts beating in synchrony, a rhythm of defiance. The air crackled, electric with tension, and for a heartbeat, it felt as though time itself held its breath, teetering on the brink of something monumental. The guardians of the underworld, the barriers, and the shadows, they were not invincible. We were ready to reclaim what was lost, to fight against the darkness that threatened to consume us whole. And in that moment, we were more than just two souls. We were the embodiment of love and the embodiment of fear, standing at the precipice of something unknown, something terrifying yet exhilarating. The world around us shifted, and I could feel the boundaries of the underworld trembling, ready to either break or collapse into deeper shadows. In that moment, everything felt possible. The air hung thick with the scent of decay, a palpable reminder of all that had been lost, all that could never be reclaimed. I stood at the precipice of despair, the ground beneath me trembling as if the earth itself was aware of my presence. The moon was a ghostly eye, watching, judging, as shadows danced in a macabre waltz around me. I could hear the whispers of the past, their voices curling through my mind like smoke from a dying fire. "There's no going back," Jenna said, her breath a fragile gasp against the darkness. She stood to my left, her fingers trembling as they clutched a small, tattered photograph, the last remnants of a life we once cherished. I could see the glimmer of tears in her eyes, each one a tiny universe collapsing under the weight of regret. "I remember," I whispered, the words clawing at my throat. "I remember the nights we spent on the roof, counting stars, dreaming of a world beyond this." Her gaze flickered momentarily to mine, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw a reflection of our younger selves, bright-eyed and unbroken. But the moment shattered as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by the cold, hard truth of our reality. "I don't want to lose you too," Jenna admitted, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. The vulnerability in her tone struck me, a raw nerve exposed in the overwhelming darkness. My heart thudded loudly, each beat a reminder of my own inadequacies, my own failures. I had never been the brave one. I had always let my fears tether me, while she soared above, the phoenix amidst the ashes. And then there was Marcus, standing on the edge of the abyss, a silent sentinel cloaked in shadows. He had always been the one who embraced the chaos, who laughed in the face of the unknown. But tonight, all that bravado felt stripped away. I could see the tremor in his hands, the way his jaw clenched as if he were fighting against some internal storm. "We have to do this," he said, his voice firm yet wavering. "We have to confront what lies beneath. It's the only way." But what if the truth was too terrifying to confront? What if, in the depths of this underworld, we found not the answers we sought but the very nightmares we had suppressed? I felt the tremors of fear rippling through my body, like an electric current. Every heartbeat was a countdown, every breath a silent plea for strength. "Do you think the underworld is real?" I asked, the question slipping from my lips before I could catch it. Jenna turned to me, her eyes wide and searching, as if the answer could salvage everything we had lost. "It's just a metaphor," she replied, but I could see the doubt etched on her face. "Isn't it?" In that moment, the world around us felt suspended between the tangible and the spectral, the whispers of the past tugging at the corners of our consciousness, urging us to confront the ghosts we carried within. Each of us had our own demons, our own heavy chains binding us to the ground. Marcus's laughter echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that contrasted sharply with the silence surrounding us. He had faced his darkness with bravado, but now I could see it, his fear, raw and real, flickering in his eyes. "What if we're wrong?" I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips. "What if we're not meant to cross?" Jenna stepped closer, her presence a beacon in the enveloping night. "We owe it to ourselves," she said, her voice steady, but I could hear the tremor beneath. "We owe it to all the people we've lost." I looked at her, feeling the weight of her words, the gravity of our shared loss. The universe felt impossibly vast, yet here we stood, tangled in our own small existence, grasping at threads of hope in a tapestry woven with grief. In the silence that followed, I could hear the ticking of a clock somewhere in the distance, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. Each tick echoed like a heartbeat, resonating with the realization that our choices, our paths, were intertwining at this very moment. "Together," Marcus finally said, and his voice seemed to slice through the fog of uncertainty, binding us in a fragile pact. "Together, we face it." I nodded, feeling a flicker of something that resembled hope. The darkness was impenetrable, but perhaps, just perhaps, we could illuminate the shadows that threatened to consume us whole. And as we took our first step toward the gaping maw of uncertainty, I felt a rush of adrenaline mixed with the reverberating fear of 1,000 ghosts. The air crackled with energy, each breath a challenge, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragile existence. I was terrified, but I was alive, alive in this moment, alive in the haunting echo of our shared fears. I remember the way the ground felt beneath my feet as we crossed that threshold, the cool earth a stark contrast to the fiery storm brewing in my chest. With each step, I felt the weight of our collective histories pressing down upon us, the echoes of decisions made and unmade reverberating through the air, a cacophony of choices that had brought us here. We were not just crossing into an underworld of myth and legend, we were plunging into the depths of ourselves, confronting the fears that had long been buried, clawing their way back for release. This was no ordinary journey, it was a reckoning. And so we moved deeper into the void, our hearts pounding in rhythm with the darkness that surrounded us, tethered to one another by the frail yet unyielding thread of our shared pain, hope, and the irrevocable truth that we were not alone in this haunting dance with the unknown. The air was thick with the scent of myrrh and despair, a ghostly whisper of what lay ahead. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, their flames trembling like the hearts of the souls who stood before the great Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the afterlife. I felt it, the weight of inevitability pressing down upon me, a heavy stone lodged in my throat, choking me with the fear that I, too, would soon face him. My heart raced, thrumming against my ribcage like a prisoner desperate for escape. "Stand still," came the voice, sharp as a blade. It was Tefnut, my sister, and a high priestess who used to comfort me with her laughter. Now, her gaze bore into my soul, filled with unyielding judgment. I remembered her bright eyes like stars, the way they sparkled when she spoke about the joys of the world. But now, they were cold, hardened by the weight of countless souls she had judged. I could feel the depth of her conflict, the ache of the duty she bore. I could almost see the ghost of her laughter fading, replaced by a somber resolve. Behind her, the grand scale awaited, a monstrous, ancient construct, its brass surface gleaming with the promise of truth. On one side, my heart, still pounding in my chest, would be placed; on the other, the feather of Maat, a symbol of truth, of justice. In this moment, everything I was hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven through the fabric of fate. The thought of the scales tipping, my heart, heavy with regret, against the feather, light as a whisper, made my blood run cold. I remembered the days I had squandered, the laughter of friends lost to the vices of drink and darkness, nights spent in revelry that now felt like chains, drawing me deeper into the abyss. I was flawed, so terribly human, and the weight of those moments pressed down on me. Each laugh had echoed in the dark, a haunting lullaby that now turned to mournful wails. I could feel my skin crawl with the memories, the faces of those I had wronged, the kindness I had ignored, and the love that had slipped through my fingers like sand. "Do you remember, brother?" Tefnut's voice cut through my haze. "Do you remember the day you chose ambition over compassion? You chased shadows and let the light slip away." Her words twisted like a dagger in my heart, and I choked back a cry. I had betrayed her, too, lost in my quest for power. The memory of my arrogance wrapped around me like an iron shackle. How could I stand tall when my heart was a graveyard of lost dreams and broken promises? "Bring forth the heart," Anubis commanded, his voice echoing through the chamber like thunder. I turned to face him, his form cloaked in darkness, the embodiment of the very fear I had tried to outrun. Those eyes, piercing, unyielding, held a truth I was not ready to confront. I felt as if he could see the very essence of my soul, peeling back the layers of my existence like brittle parchment, revealing every sin, every moment of weakness. The heart, my heart, was lifted from my chest, warm, throbbing, alive, and placed on the scale. I trembled, the air thickened with silence as if the world held its breath. I felt exposed, raw, as if every secret, every shameful act, every kindness forgotten, were laid bare for all to see. I wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, but the words caught in my throat like a noose tightening. "Do not fear the truth, brother," Tefnut whispered, her voice softer now, a sliver of light in the darkness. "Face it. Embrace it. Only then can you find peace." But how could I embrace my failures when they loomed over me like towering shadows, suffocating and relentless? It was easier to hide, to pretend the weight didn't exist. Anubis leaned closer, his breath an icy wind against my skin. "The heart bears witness to your life. It knows your choices, your truths. You cannot escape this moment." I felt the room spin, memories crashing over me like waves. I was drowning, lost in the tide of my existence, my heart a vessel filled with echoes of laughter and sorrow, of love lost and friendships shattered. And still, the feather lay at the ready, poised for judgment. Would it float, a triumphant bird of justice, or would it sink, dragging my spirit into the depths of despair? I could scarcely breathe, the weight of my past anchoring me to the earth, yet the feather beckoned, a promise of redemption. But what price would I pay for that lightness? To stand bare, to tear away the masks I wore? The thought sent shivers through my veins. I looked at Tefnut, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and despair, and I wondered, was there still time to change, to atone? Or was I already too far gone, lost to the shadows that whispered sweet nothings of denial? "Do not fear the confrontation," she urged, though I saw the tremor in her hands. She was torn, a bridge between her duty and the love of her brother, a bond that had weathered storms but now hung by a thread. "Find the truth within the darkness. It is there that you will find yourself." Yet, as I stood before that scale, my heart pounding, I realized how unready I was to confront the abyss. The scales bobbed, trembling with the weight of what was at stake. Each heartbeat echoed louder in my ears, a frantic drum calling me to face my soul, the heart, the feather, the ultimate judgment. Anubis raised his hand, the weight of eternity resting upon it. Time stretched, an agonizing expanse of dread and hope entwined, and I felt the cosmos hold its breath. I reached out, trembling, ready to embrace the truth or be consumed by the shadows, knowing full well that the scales would tip, and I would be forever changed. The air crackled with an unsettling tension, a storm brewing not in the heavens but within the hearts of those who stood upon the shimmering bifrost. Its colors danced like trapped spirits, casting eerie reflections on the faces of the three figures before the threshold between worlds. Each breath hung heavy, thick with the weight of pending doom, yet the beauty of the bridge, a bridge to Asgard, to the divine, was a cruel irony, an almost mocking reminder of what was at stake. I remember when I first laid eyes on that iridescent expanse, a ribbon of light strung taut against the backdrop of a stormy sky. Now, I stand at its edge, heart racing like a hunted animal, aware that this bridge was not merely a passage to the heavens but also a reminder of our own frailty. My fingers shook as they brushed against the cool surface, a kaleidoscope of colors melding like memories fading into shadows. I could hear the whispers of my companions, each word laced with dread. Astrid, her eyes reflecting the furious glow of the bridge, was the first to speak. "We can't turn back, not now." Her voice wavered, a blend of resolve and fear that sliced through the air. I watched her, my childhood friend, fierce and tender all at once, and I felt a pang of guilt gnawing at my insides. She had always been the brave one, the warrior in a world that often silenced the weak, yet here she stood, on the brink of despair. Then there was Ulrich, a man trapped by his own demons, his face a mask of bitterness and regret. He had grinned at death before, but today, that grin was replaced by a grimace. "We're not heroes," he muttered, his voice low and jagged, like stones scraping against one another. "We're fools to think we could bridge worlds." He clenched his fists, arms trembling with an unspent rage, a tempest brewing within him that mirrored the storm clouds above. I felt the cold touch of reality creep into my bones. The fates were weaving a tapestry of chaos, and we were mere threads, frayed and nearly severed. The Nons, those ancient weavers, had spun our destinies before we were even born, and I could sense their watchful gaze upon us. They knew our flaws, they reveled in our fears. The memories flooded my mind, a tapestry of laughter, warmth, and the echoes of battles lost. I could hear my father's voice, a distant whisper from the past: "Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the will to forge ahead regardless." A hollow laugh escaped me, mingling with the gusting winds, carrying my thoughts away like leaves caught in a whirlwind. Courage? Where was it now, when I needed it most? Astrid moved closer to the edge of Bifrost, her silhouette stark against the vibrant hues, a warrior standing between light and darkness. "We must confront what lies ahead," she urged, and her voice trembled, revealing a glimmer of doubt beneath her brave facade. "We have to face hell. We owe it to those we've lost." I wanted to scream, to rip apart the silence that threatened to swallow us whole. I thought of my brother, taken too soon, of how the shadows of his absence stretched endlessly into the night. "Can we even trust her?" I whispered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "What if she traps us there, in her realm of the dead?" Ulrich scoffed, but there was no bite to his retort, just an echo of the pain that lay buried beneath layers of bravado. "Every moment we hesitate, we lose a piece of our souls. We go to her to reclaim what was taken." His eyes burned with an intensity that frightened me. Was that desperation or something darker? "Reclaim," I repeated, my heart racing like the frantic hooves of a horse galloping toward its end. The thought of facing hell, of standing before the mistress of the underworld, sent chills rippling through me, and I could feel Astrid's gaze upon me, searching for strength I feared I didn't possess. The winds howled, like the lost souls whose cries filled the air, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to the enveloping darkness. I wanted to believe we could defy fate, that this wasn't the end. But the truth loomed like a shadow, ever-present and suffocating, whispering of inevitability. Strains of laughter echoed in my mind, memories entwined with sorrow, the last celebration before everything crumbled, the warmth of loved ones, the simple, mundane joys that now felt like echoes of a distant dream. A dead man's laughter danced in the shadows as I stumbled through memories, each one haunting, yet achingly beautiful. Astrid reached for my hand, her grip firm and grounding. "We're in this together, right?" Her voice was a lifeline, a tether to sanity in a world spiraling into chaos. I looked into her eyes, and I wanted to believe her. I wanted to cling to the hope that we would emerge from the other side, whole, unbroken. But the bridge shook, tremors rippling through its vibrant surface, and I knew we were not alone. Shadows twisted at the edges of my vision, dark figures rising with a menacing grace from the underworld, cloaked in despair and longing. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of decay and impending doom. The ghosts of lost souls wailed, an orchestra of anguish, and I could feel their pain mingling with my own. Then I heard it, a voice, seductive and chilling, reaching out from the depths. Hell, keeper of the abyss, called my name, weaving promises of solace spun from lies. You want to save him, don't you? Her laughter wrapped around me like a noose, tightening with every beat of my heart. Come to me. I will give you what you seek. The bridge shuddered beneath our feet, and I felt the world tilt, the colors bleeding into darkness. Astrid's hand slipped from mine, and I turned to see her step forward, drawn by an unseen force. No! I cried, but the sound was swallowed by the roaring winds. Fear gripped my insides as I lunged after her, but Ulrich grabbed my arm, holding me back. We can't lose her, I pleaded, panic rising like bile in my throat. Yet I could see the shadows closing in, their whispers like a siren song, beckoning us closer to the edge of madness. And in that moment, I understood. The bridges we crossed were more than mere paths, they were the lifelines to our very souls. Bifrost, a bridge woven from light and hope, now trembled under the weight of our fears, straining against the encroaching darkness. And all at once, I was aware of the choices before us. Each step could lead to salvation or damnation, but none could promise safety. I looked into Ulrich's eyes, finding a reflection of my own desperation. We can't let her go, I gasped, the dread rising like a tide. But as I turned back to grasp Astrid's hand, I felt the space between us stretch into an abyss. The bridge swayed, light flickering like a dying star as hell's laughter echoed, a sound that would haunt my every breath. The confrontation was upon us, a reckoning that would test our very souls. And in that moment of impending chaos, I realized, we were not just crossing a bridge, we were teetering on the precipice of two worlds, caught between light and shadow, life and death, hope and despair. The Bifrost shimmered ominously, a reminder that the path to salvation is often shrouded in darkness. And as we stood there, hearts racing, filled with dread and determination, the bridge quaked beneath us, and the storm raged on, threatening to consume everything we held dear. The night was far from over, and I knew we had yet to face our greatest fears, our deepest sorrows, and the haunting echoes of fate waiting just beyond the horizon. The air was thick with a metronome of dread, each tick like a heartbeat, pulsing in the darkened chamber of the forgotten shrine. Shadows clung to the walls, whispering secrets of the past, while the scent of burnt sage lingered like a ghost, an echo of what was lost. It was the kind of silence that pressed against the skin, a cocoon that amplified the fear swirling in the pit of their stomachs. I stood, trembling, not from the chill that gripped the room but from the weight of what was about to unfold. My fingers brushed the jagged stone altar, rough and cool, where offerings had been made, lives once dedicated to forging a path through the darkness. The air crackled, electric with the heartbeats of the living and the souls of the departed. This was not merely a ritual, it was a desperate gamble against the Underworld's pull. I remember the faces of my companions, each one etched with fear yet illuminated by a flicker of hope. Samara's eyes, once so bright, now clouded with doubt, darted around the space as if demons lurked just beyond her periphery. "What if it's too late?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath, trembling like the flickering flame of the candle before us. "Too late?" I scoffed, humor laced with desperation. "Samara, we're already neck-deep in the graveyard of dreams. What's a little more darkness?" It was a joke, a weak attempt to mask the terror gnawing at my insides. But the truth tasted bitter on my tongue. Every heartbeat echoed my fear. We were not just confronting the Underworld, we were daring it to take us. Across from us, Elias stood like a statue, face pale and features hardened. He was the one who had insisted on this madness, driven by a longing to reconnect with lost love, his sister, spirited away by shadows. Each day he wore the weight of her absence like a shroud, the grief festering until it threatened to consume him completely. "We can't fail her," he said, voice taut as a bowstring, filled with an intensity that both inspired and terrified me. "Rituals are nothing but whispers against the gale of fate," I argued, the words spilling out before I could rein them in. "What do we know of these ancient rites?" The question hung in the air, thick as fog, as I recalled the stories of the old ones, their rites of passage, their blood-soaked offerings. We were amateurs, stumbling into a game played by gods and monsters. Everything, Samara said, her voice rising, a broken melody. She took a step forward, the candlelight catching the glimmer of tears in her eyes. All we have are our memories, our grief, our strength. We honor them, or we lose them forever. The conviction in her voice was like a rope thrown to a drowning sailor. I could feel my heart racing, thrumming with the rhythm of her words, familiar yet foreign. The flickering flames danced, casting eerie shadows that mirrored our fears and insecurities. I remembered standing in this very spot a year ago, laughing at the absurdity of it all. How naive I was then! I thought dreams were mere figments, easily cast aside like old clothes. But now, they taunted me from the dark corners of my mind, reminding me of what lay beyond the veil, a world filled with ghosts and longing. This is how we navigate the barriers, Elias murmured, and I could see the desperation etched in his brow. He began to place the offerings on the altar, small tokens of remembrance, each one a piece of his heart laid bare. A photo of her smiling face, a well-loved book with its pages yellowed by time, a locket containing a strand of her hair. Each item spoke volumes, whispering of a bond that even death could not sever. The moment felt surreal, like a dream that straddled the line between reality and nightmares. The air thickened, and a sudden chill rushed through me. An unseen presence was near, just beyond the veil. I could taste the bitterness of fear on my tongue, the dankness of the grave creeping into my lungs. We shouldn't be here, I said, a mantra of self-preservation. We should turn back. But the weight of their resolve anchored me. I could not abandon them, not now. This wasn't just Elias's fight, it was ours, woven together by the threads of our shared existence. As their determination encircled me, a strange warmth pushed back against the creeping shadows. All at once, I felt the fullness of our collective pain, the grief, the hope, and the love that made this moment sacred. Together, Samara said, her voice steady and fierce, an incantation, a spell. We stand together. As we joined hands, a tremor ran through the earth beneath us, a tremor of ancient spirits awakening from slumber. The candles flickered violently, casting erratic shadows that twisted and writhed like serpents. I felt the atmosphere shift, a tangible tension that crackled and snapped like a whip. It was there, in that moment, that I understood, rituals were not just acts of faith, they were bridges built upon shared memories, crafted with love, pain, and resurrection. And then it happened. The shadows coalesced, forming shapes that writhed and swirled, beckoning and threatening all at once. A cacophony of whispers echoed through the chamber, promising what had been lost yet warning of the cost. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with the weight of souls caught in limbo, and for a moment, I was paralyzed by the enormity of it all. Focus! Elias shouted, his voice breaking through the chaos. We are here for you, Isabel. The name rang out, a siren call to the lost. I don't know if we were ready for what came next, but we had no choice. The boundaries between worlds had thinned, and in that twilight space, we were both the living and the dead, tangled in a web of emotions that transcended time. Desperation surged within me, an unrelenting tide, and I felt like a moth drawn to the flame of our collective memories. Isabel. We remember. The chant became a mantra, each repetition building a crescendo of emotion, fear, love, sorrow, and the unquenchable desire to bridge the chasm between life and death. I closed my eyes, and within that darkness, I saw her, Isabel, radiant and whole, her laughter echoing like a bell, a light piercing through the suffocating night. We were standing on the edge of something extraordinary, the barrier trembling before us, waiting for our next move. And in that moment, as the shadows pressed in and the whispers grew louder, we had but one choice, to leap into the unknown, to claim what was rightfully ours, or to be consumed by the darkness. I could feel the weight of their hearts intertwined with mine, pulsing in unison, a heart forged in the fires of loss and love. And as the shadows closed in, I understood. This ritual was more than a means to navigate the underworld, it was a testament to our humanity, the fragility of our existence, and the unyielding strength found in our connections. The darkness awaited, but for now, we stood together, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The air was thick, stifling, the kind that clings to your skin like an uninvited touch. Ilara stood at the mouth of the cave, the churning darkness inside felt alive, a beast waiting to swallow her whole. She hesitated, her breath hitching in her throat like a gasp of cold water. Shadows danced like flickering memories, teasing her, whispering truths she was not ready to confront. I remember, she thought, the stories my grandmother told me. Tales of heroes who crossed the underworld, of the monsters they became, or the fragments of themselves they left behind. Just behind her, Rian paced, his brow knitted tight with rage and fear, hands fisted at his sides. Ilara, we can't turn back now, he said, his voice rough as gravel. We have to save him. His brother, a ghost tethered to this world by regret and a debt that felt like 1,000 chains. Rian's heart thudded like a drum, each beat echoing a desperate hope smothered by a choking dread. I remember, he thought, the way he laughed, the way he'd light up the darkest nights. But that laughter had turned to silence, a void that threatened to consume them both. From the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked in the very darkness Ilara feared. Ari, the anti-heroine, a creature of contradictions, graceful yet jagged, broken yet whole. You're fools, she said, her voice like silk sliding over steel. You think you can waltz into the underworld and come back unscathed? It demands payment, and sometimes, it costs more than you can bear. The air crackled with her energy, a mixture of danger and allure that pulled at the edges of their sanity. I remember, Ilara whispered, her voice trembling, the stories where the brave always returned. But bravery felt hollow now, like a mast slipping away. She shivered as a cold breeze, sharp as a blade, cut through the cave. It smelled of damp earth and lost souls, a reminder of all that could go wrong. The ground beneath her feet felt unstable, as if even the earth itself was in on the secret, warning her to turn back. Rian stepped forward, past Ilara's hesitation, ignited by a flame of desperation. I will go, he declared, defiance coursing through him like wildfire. If not for me, then for him. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of promise and sacrifice. But Ilara's heart raced, for she saw in Rian's eyes the reflection of a darkness that threatened to drown them both. I cannot lose you too, she pleaded, her voice breaking like glass. Then come with me, he snarled, the desperation bleeding into anger. We can't be afraid of shadows. But shadows were not just fears, they were memories, ghosts of the past that clawed at their sanity. Ilara could feel them inching closer, the weight of unspoken regrets like stones in her pockets, dragging her down. What if they didn't return? What if they lost everything? Ari stepped closer, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. You think you can save him? You think he wants to be saved? Her laughter rang hollow against the stone walls, a cruel echo. The underworld is not what you think it is. It's a reflection, a twisted version of your desires and fears. You will face yourselves before you face it. Ilara thought of the night her brother had vanished, of the shadows that had swallowed him whole. She felt a flicker of something both familiar and terrifying, a yearning, an urge to know what lay beyond the veil of life. But the cost was steep, and she was afraid of the price. Rian's voice cut through her thoughts, fierce and unwavering. I'm not afraid of the truth, he said, a flicker of defiance igniting in his gaze. We owe it to him to try. Truth. Ari's voice dripped with mockery. The truth is a double-edged sword. It will cut through you, lay you bare. Are you ready to face yourselves? A challenge hung in the air, thick with tension. Rian's resolve faltered under the weight of her words, but he squared his shoulders, determination igniting in his chest. I remember, he said, taking a step into the darkness, when we believed we could conquer anything together. The shadows loomed larger, and Ilara felt their pull, a magnetic force drawing her in. She wouldn't let him go alone. Then we go together, she whispered, heart pounding, fear and love entwined like vines. The darkness swallowed them, wrapping around them like an old cloak, heavy with the scent of earth and despair. Each step deeper felt like a descent into madness, and with every heartbeat, memories flickered like dying stars. The underworld was a twisted garden, echoing with the whispers of lost souls, their wails wove a haunting melody that sank into her bones. Ilara could feel the weight of their sorrow, thick as fog. Rian walked beside her, a silhouette against the gloom, his presence a beacon in the sea of shadows. "Watch your step," he warned, but his voice was drowned by the cacophony of ghosts, their mournful cries wrapping around them, weaving tales of love and loss. Ilara reached for Rian's hand, grounding herself in the storm of emotion swirling around them. "I remember," she thought again, the warmth of his laughter, the way he made the dark feel less suffocating. In the distance, a flicker of light beckoned, but the closer they drew, the more the shadows writhed, muttering secrets that echoed like distant thunder. Ilara felt her heart race, the weight of choices pressing against her chest like a stone. She could almost see the figure of her brother, faint and flickering, caught between realms. "Rian," she gasped, choking on desperation. "What if we can't bring him back?" The thought curled around her like smoke, ephemeral yet suffocating. Rian's grip tightened, a silent promise that ignited a flicker of hope in her chest. "We will," he vowed, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him, whispering of doubt and fear. Ari lingered at the edges, a silent observer, her eyes gleaming with something akin to pity. "You think this is a rescue," she murmured. "You're walking into the heart of your own despair." But they pressed on, hearts pounding like war drums, each step deeper into the abyss echoing with the weight of their fears. What awaited them in the dark? A confrontation with ghosts, or perhaps the haunting realization of the truths they had tried so desperately to escape. Time felt elastic here, stretching and distorting, moments colliding like waves crashing against jagged rocks. Ilara could feel the past clawing at her heels, memories swirling like storm clouds. With every inch they took, the darkness pulsed, alive and hungry, demanding an offering. "Rian," she whispered, "the shadows are closing in." "Then we fight," he said, eyes fierce, determination igniting like wildfire. The confrontation loomed ahead, a climax of emotions ready to explode. They would face the underworld, face the very monsters that lived within them, and perhaps, just perhaps, find a way to bring back the lost light. And deep within, she felt the heartbeat of the underworld echoing in time with her own, a reminder, there is no escape, only the relentless pull of what lies within. The air was thick with the scent of decay, heavy like the regrets that hung in the shadows. I stood at the precipice, a gaping maw of darkness before me, where the whispers of the dead curled and coiled like smoke. The moon, a pale eye in a shroud of clouds, cast a ghostly glow, illuminating the uneven path that led down into the underworld, a realm where Taoist spirits and Buddhist souls danced a macabre waltz, entwined in eternal conflict. My heart raced, a thunderous drum echoing in my chest. I could feel the presence of two souls beside me, each tangled in their own emotional storm. Li Wei, a man haunted by the weight of his past, stood with his fists clenched, a tempest of guilt and shame brewing behind his eyes. His brother had perished in a tragic accident, and the blame twisted in his gut like a viper. "I should have saved him," he whispered, the words laced with anguish, each syllable a shard of glass cutting into the silence. Then there was Mai, whose laughter once spilled like sunlight but now dripped with sorrow. She had sought refuge in the teachings of Buddhism, but her spirit was a battlefield. Her heart, a fragile bird caught in a storm, yearned for liberation but was shackled by memories of betrayal. "What if hell isn't a place?" she mused. "What if it's this torment we carry inside us?" Her voice echoed, a haunting melody that lingered in the thick air. Together, we stood at the brink, staring into the abyss of the underworld, a reflection of our own inner darkness. A chilling breeze swept through, a spectral caress that sent shivers racing down my spine. I remember thinking, what if we never return? The thought clung to me, an uninvited guest at a funeral. I glanced back at the world we had left behind, a city swathed in darkness, the flickering lights of a distant memory. In that moment, I could hear the clock ticking, counting down to something inevitable. Each tick resonated with the haunting stories of the forgotten, their whispers tearing through the fabric of our reality. As we descended, the landscape transformed. Shadows writhed and twisted, morphing into figures of despair. I could almost see the faces of those who had walked this path before us, their eyes hollow, souls trapped in the endless cycle of suffering. It was a vivid tableau of torment and release, a stark contrast to the vibrant life that once pulsed through their veins. Li Wei breathed heavily, his anxiety palpable. "What if I see him?" he gasped. "What if he blames me?" The fear in his voice was a live wire, sparking with electricity. I could feel the weight of his guilt pressing down, a boulder in his chest that threatened to crush him. But her eyes bright with defiance, grasped his arm. "Li Wei, you must face it. Only then can you find peace." Her determination shone like a beacon in the suffocating darkness. She understood the cycle of rebirth, of karma, how the past clung like a shroud around the present. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air, a sound that raked against the very fabric of our souls. It reverberated through the underworld, a cacophony of lost souls crying out for release. I felt it clawing at my heart, each note a reminder of my own unfinished business. I remember the faces of those I had hurt, the words left unsaid. The path twisted further into the gloom, and we stumbled upon a haunting scene, a gathering of spirits, their faces twisted in anguish, clawing at the very air with desperate hands. They surrounded a single figure, cloaked in shadows, a judge presiding over their fates. The figure's voice was smooth and cruel, a silk glove over iron. To embrace the darkness within is to begin the ascent to enlightenment. My heart raced. Was this what they meant by the underworld? A reflection of our fears and failures? A place where we could confront the very demons we sought to escape? Li Wei stepped forward, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry. I never wanted to let you go." The scream tore through the air, raw and unfiltered, echoing off the walls of eternity. In that moment, the spirits turned their hollow eyes toward him, 1,000 souls converging in a singular gaze, a wave of guilt crashing over him. But there, in the depths of despair, I saw something shift. My step beside him, her voice fierce. "Forgiveness isn't a gift, it's a choice." The words hung heavy in the air, a lifeline cast in turbulent waters. The spirits began to dissipate, their forms flickering like candle flames, caught in a dance between despair and release. And then it happened. A blinding light pierced through the darkness, illuminating our path. In that moment, I felt the weight of every decision I had made, the regrets, the heartbreak, the love lost and found. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal and the sweetness of forgiveness, each contrasting flavor intertwining like a maddening melody. The clock continued to tick, a relentless reminder of our mortality, and yet, I felt the fear begin to lift, like a fog dissolving under the sun's warm embrace. I grasped Li Wei's hand, and he squeezed back, the warmth igniting a spark of hope. Mai stood tall, unwavering in her resolve. "Together," she said, her voice steady. "We will face it all." As we moved forward, step by step, I could feel the shadows receding, the darkness retreating, but not without a final whisper, a promise that this was just the beginning. The underworld was not a destination, it was a reflection of our struggles, our choices, our journey through pain and towards understanding. I could feel it in my bones, in the very marrow of my being. We were not merely wanderers in the night, we were seekers of light, our hearts burning fiercely against the encroaching shadows. And as we continued deeper into the unknown, the world above faded into a mere echo, a reminder of the journey that had led us here. We were alive, caught in the throes of emotion, and the underworld would not swallow us whole. We were the architects of our own destinies, and in this moment, fear transformed into resolve, and despair into defiance. The clock ticked on, relentless and eternal. I could feel the pulse of existence thrumming around us, and knew that this was only the beginning, a bridge to something greater, a transition that flowed seamlessly into the next chapter we had yet to write. The streets were alive that night, a cacophony of laughter and sorrow colliding like train cars in a midnight crash. Shadows danced across cracked pavement, playing tricks on tired eyes. I stood under the flickering street lamp, heart pounding, a storm of thoughts swirling in my chest. My best friend, Mara, was missing. I could feel her absence in the air, thick and suffocating. There was a weight on my soul that no amount of reasoning could lift. I remember the last words she said, echoing in my mind, "There's something in the dark that calls to me." She had always been drawn to the underbelly of life, the forgotten corners where dreams tangled with nightmares. But that night, it was different. It wasn't just curiosity, it was desperation, a hunger that I feared would consume her whole. And then there was Eli, a silence wrapped in a storm. He stood silently beside me, eyes glazed, haunted. His brother had vanished in the same way, swallowed by the shadows 2 years before. I could see the ghosts of memories fluttering behind his eyes, whispers of laughter now turned to echoes of despair. I had hoped the pain had faded, but the raw edge of grief had sharpened, and I could feel it pressing against my heart like a vice. "Do you think she's—" Eli's voice was barely a whisper, but it wrapped around me like a noose, choking the breath from my lungs. The unsaid hung heavy in the air. Is she in the underworld? I thought about the stories, the myths we grew up with, Hades and Persephone, the dark underbelly of every tale, the whispers of lost souls forever wandering in the shadows. What if Mara had become one of them? What if she had crossed a line we couldn't see, stepping into a realm where the light could never reach? I remember stepping forward, driven by a mix of fear and urgency. We had to find her. The clock ticked insistently in my mind, each second a reminder that time was slipping away. "Let's go to the old subway station," I said, my voice shaking yet imbued with a strange resolve. "It's where the city's ghosts linger." The subway station loomed like a mouth ready to swallow us whole. Its entrance gaped open, darkness spilling out like ink. We stepped inside, the chill wrapping around us, thick and suffocating. The air was heavy with the weight of stories untold, dreams long abandoned. I could almost hear the whispers of the lost, wandering souls trapped in the liminal space between light and dark. I glanced at Eli, and for a moment, I saw his brother reflected in his eyes, the same mischievous glint now tarnished by sorrow. "What if we find her?" he asked, the hope laced with fear. "What if she's changed?" I felt the tremor in his voice, the flicker of doubt. It was raw. That question, a knife pressed against the heart of every parent who ever lost a child to addiction, to darkness. "Maybe she'll come back," I said, but even I could hear the uncertainty that lingered in my words. In this underworld we were about to traverse, I knew there would be no straightforward answers, just shadows and reflections of what once was. Every step deeper into the station felt like a descent into our own fears, pushing against the boundaries of what we could understand. The clanking of metal reverberated through the tunnels, a heartbeat of the city that had forgotten its pulse. We moved through the shadows, each flicker of light a promise of hope, each stretch of darkness a reminder of what we might lose. I could feel the walls closing in, the air thickening as if the ghosts were pressing against us, silently judging our trespass. Mara's laughter echoed in my memory, weaving through the darkness like a song that refused to die. I remembered lazy afternoons spent in the sun, her wild spirit dancing through the air, unchained and alive. But now, her essence felt like a flickering flame, on the verge of being snuffed out forever. And then we heard it, a soft whisper, a melody only the lost could hear. We pressed forward, drawn by the sound, the promise of reunion hanging just out of reach. But each step deeper into this underworld was accompanied by a sense of dread. What if we stumbled into something we could never return from? "Do you feel that?" Eli stopped, his breath shaky. "It's like we're being watched." The hairs on my arm stood on end, and I turned, expecting to find shadows creeping closer, eyes watching from the corners. But nothing was there, only the echo of my own heartbeat, a reminder that I was still alive. The subway platform opened up before us, a cavernous expanse shrouded in darkness. I could see the tracks, the rusted remnants of a world that once thrived, now forgotten, left to decay. I could almost envision the trains that used to roar through, carrying dreams and destinies, now silent as tombstones. And then, there she was. Mara, standing alone, a silhouette against the vague light. The moment was a knife to the gut. My heart raced, hope surging, but it felt twisted, bittersweet. As I approached, I could see her eyes, hollow, echoing the silence of the underworld. "Mara," my voice trembled, filled with a mix of fear and longing. "We've been looking for you." She turned slowly, and the air thickened with a tension I could taste. Her smile was a ghost of who she once was, haunting and hollow. "You shouldn't have come," she said, her voice low, a melodic warning. "This place, it changes you." Eli stepped forward, desperation in his eyes. "You don't have to stay here. We can go back." I could see the flicker of hope beneath his pain, the flicker of the bond that had once made us inseparable. "I can't," she whispered. "Not anymore." And in that moment, the darkness shifted, shadows swirling like smoke around us, as if the underworld was awakening, eager to claim another soul. Time fractured in that instant, memories of laughter and love colliding with the reality of loss and despair. I could feel the shadows, the echoes of the past, merging with the present, binding us in a tapestry of emotion, fear, heartbreak, the essence of what it meant to be alive, teetering on the edge of oblivion. I reached out, desperate, as the weight of the underworld pressed down on us, twisting our fates. "Mara," I said, clinging to the hope that maybe, just maybe, we could bring her back from the edge. But deep down, I knew the truth, a haunting realization: the underworld has a way of claiming what it desires, and tonight, it was hungry. As the shadows whispered our names, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, and I realized that the lines between life and death, hope and despair, were thinner than I had ever dared to imagine. In the depths of that subway station, surrounded by echoes of lost souls, I understood that we were all just travelers, wandering the thin veil between light and darkness, forever searching for a way back home. The moon hung low, a silver promise caught in the tangled branches of a dying forest. Its light pierced the suffocating darkness, illuminating a figure kneeling on the ground, hands clawing at the damp earth. Raina's breath was ragged, she could taste the bitterness of fear in the back of her throat as she frantically searched for what had been lost. The cold soil crumbled between her fingers, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Where are you?" she gasped, the words echoing in a void that felt as vast as the universe itself. In that moment, time twisted, stretched like an elastic band ready to snap. Memory surged through her mind, sharp and vivid, the laughter of her sister, the way the stars had once twinkled like diamonds in their shared sky. Her heart clenched painfully, a reminder of the void where joy used to dwell. "I remember," she whispered, the words barely a breath. I remember her smile, her shadow, but shadows had their own lives, their own desires. They crept into the crevices of her thoughts, whispering dark secrets. And Raina had ventured too close to the line that separated the world of the living from the dark embrace of the underworld. Not far behind her, the forest stirred. The trees sighed, ancient witnesses to her despair. They bore witness to Ilara, the goddess who walked among them. Her presence felt like a chill that wrapped around Raina's bones. "You're searching for what cannot be found," Ilara's voice floated down like twilight, cold and distant. "You tread too lightly on the edge of fate." Raina turned, a defiance igniting within her. "I don't believe that," she shouted, as if belief could reshape the cosmos. The fire in her heart flickered, refusing to be extinguished. "I will not lose her to the darkness. I will not let despair claim us both." Ilara stepped forward, her form shifting, flickering between human and something far more ethereal. "You think you want to cross that threshold? The underworld is a realm of loss. It devours hope like a wolf in the night. You seek your sister, but what if she has found solace there?" Her eyes glimmered with the weight of worlds, filled with the sorrow of countless souls. "I don't care," Raina cried, each syllable a dagger thrown into the thick tension that enveloped them. "I'd rather walk into the abyss than live with this pain." Yet Ilara knew. She felt the tugs of fate, the strings of destiny woven into the fabric of both their lives. She remembered her own descent, a choice made in the wake of heartbreak, a decision born from the ashes of despair. She understood the longing in Raina's heart, the desperate need to reclaim what had been hers. "You must understand," she said, her tone softer, a mother's comfort wrapped in a shroud of dread. "Every choice has a price. The underworld offers no safe haven." But Raina was unmoved, her determination a fire that burned brightly against the oppressive darkness. She felt the weight of her sister's absence pressing down on her chest like iron shackles. "I will face whatever I must. I cannot fade into a life where her laughter is a memory." And in that moment, a chilling wind swept through the trees, carrying with it the distant echo of a child's laughter, a haunting melody that twisted like smoke around her heart. Memories of her sister danced tauntingly just beyond her reach, and Raina felt the tears spill over, hot and bitter. "I remember," the words fell from her lips like a prayer, a desperate chant against the shadows. "I remember when we dreamed of the stars," and now, a shiver ran through Ilara, the goddess caught in the tempest of human emotion. She recognized that fierce resolve, that relentless hope. but there was a storm brewing within Rayna, a tempest that could consume her whole. You are a flame, but flames can extinguish. What will you do when the darkness answers your call? Before Rayna could respond, the ground trembled beneath them, a heartbeat echoing from the depths of the earth. It was the underworld stirring, a vast expanse of sorrow and secrets, awakening to the call of a desperate heart. Shadows slithered around them, whispering promises and curses in the same breath. If you seek her, you must relinquish something dear, Elara warned, her voice barely a whisper above the growing cacophony. Rayna's gaze hardened, resolve crystallizing into something sharp and deadly. I'm willing to give everything, she said, a wild light igniting in her eyes. Nothing can be worse than living without her. And just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall, cloaked, an embodiment of the underworld itself. It moved with a predatory grace, and Rayna felt a visceral fear grip her heart, a fear that coiled tight like a serpent ready to strike. Ah, the living who would barter with the dead, it rasped, a voice like the grinding of stones. What will you offer in exchange? Rayna swallowed hard, her throat dry. I'll give anything, she insisted, though doubt crept in like a thief in the night. Just bring her back. Elara stepped forward, her own desires a tangled web of emotion and regrets. What if she does not wish to return? What if she has found peace in the darkness? But Rayna's heart screamed with a primal need, a love so deep it bordered on madness. I don't care. Just tell me how to reach her. Time stood still, the air thick with desperation. Shadows danced with malevolent glee, curling around them like smoke. The cloaked figure tilted its head, intrigued by her fervor. Very well, then, it hissed, a sinister grin curling beneath its hood. But remember, every soul has its price. As the darkness encroached further, Rayna felt it, the pull of the underworld, sweet and terrifying. She was on the brink, teetering on the edge of light and shadow. And amidst the chaos, the echoes of her sister's laughter faded like distant stars. The heartache was palpable, a raw, throbbing wound that refused to heal. Rayna, Elara's voice broke through the tumult, a lifeline tossed into the abyss. You don't have to do this. There is beauty in the world still, life still flows like a river. Fight for that. Don't let sorrow blind you. But the weight of longing anchored Rayna to her path, and with a final gasp of courage, she stepped forward, ready to plunge into the depths of the unknown. The shadows closed around her, and in that moment, she felt alive, awash in fear, heart pounding like a war drum against the encroaching night. And as the darkness swallowed her whole, the last remnants of her sister's laughter echoed in her ears, a haunting promise that the journey was only beginning. The underworld awaited, and so did fate. The air crackled with a tension that felt electric, like a thunderclap waiting to burst. Shadows swallowed the narrow alleyways of Old Town, where the cobblestones glistened with a rain that fell like whispered secrets. Amelia stood frozen, heart pounding against her ribcage, as a guttural growl echoed from the depths of the darkness. She could taste the iron tang of fear on her lips. No one ever prepared you for how primal fear felt in those moments. It clawed at your insides, a wild animal desperate to break free. Then, there was Elias, desperate and determined, his hands trembling as he traced the worn map in his grasp. The parchment felt ancient, alive with the weight of the lives that had come before him. This was no ordinary map, it promised unthinkable horrors and unimaginable truths. The fissures in the surface whispered of lost souls, of shadows that danced just outside the flickering glow of the street lamps. Each line drawn was a bloodline, connecting the known world to the unseen that lurked beneath. Amelia, he breathed, his voice barely a whisper, yet it charged the air between them like a live wire. We have to go deeper. We can't let them win. But the deeper they went, the more the shadows twisted, threatening to ensnare them both. And Amelia? She had her own demons, ones that clawed at her heart. Memories of her brother, lost too soon, haunted her every step. She remembered the way he'd laugh, how it felt like sunlight breaking through a canopy of grey. I can't lose anyone else, she thought, feeling the sharp pang of loss slice through her. It was an ache that made the very idea of mapping the unseen realms feel like betrayal, an act of uncovering that which was better left hidden. Elias, she finally said, urgency lacing her voice. What if we're not meant to find out what's down there? What if we're just opening doors that should stay shut? Her words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the distant howl of the wind, a mournful cry that seemed to agree with her. But Elias, ever the idealist, looked at her with those fierce, bright eyes. This is our chance, Amelia. We can't shy away from the truth. Not now. His determination was palpable, a fire that ignited something inside her. But with each heartbeat, dread coiled tighter within her chest, a serpent preparing to strike. The ground beneath them trembled, an omen? The city, alive with its secrets, screamed for their attention. Beneath the facade of cobblestones and grass, something ancient stirred, awakened by their intent. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice shaking now, not from fear, but from the thrill of discovery. And Amelia did hear it, the scratching, the gnawing, the whispers of the lost, the echoes of those who had ventured too close to the truth. "I remember," she murmured, the memory of her brother's laughter fading, replaced by the eerie symphony of the unseen. "I remember when he used to say that the dead have stories too. But what if those stories are best left untold?" The ground split with a shattering roar. It was a breath held too long finally exhaled. They stepped back, instinctively retreating, but the chasm beckoned, impossible to resist, an abyss promising answers and questions that would never see the light of day. "Look!" Elias shouted, pointing at the map that seemed to pulse with life, glowing softly as if in response. "It's here! The entrance to the Underworld!" His excitement was contagious, but Amelia felt a creeping chill race down her spine. What lay beneath wasn't merely a journey, it was a reckoning. Every breath she took was thick with anticipation, and as they stepped closer to the edge, the familiar heartache surged with renewed vigor. She could feel the weight of her brother's absence like a stone in her pocket. He would have wanted this, she thought, but would he? Would he have wanted her to flirt with the darkness that had stolen him from her? The shadows shifted, swirling like smoke around her feet. They were alive, aware, and they whispered promises of reunion, of answers, of closure. But at what cost? "Elias," she began, but the words fell away. The Underworld was not just a place, it was a mirror reflecting their inner turmoil. "Amelia, I won't let you turn back," he insisted, desperation and determination mingling in his voice. "We need to know. We need to understand what this is." His grip on her arm was firm, but she could sense the tremor in his resolve. He too was teetering on the edge of the abyss, wrestling with his own ghosts. In that moment, time felt suspended, a cosmic pause where the weight of their choices hung thick in the air. The world around them faded, the city's heartbeat in sync with their own. It was a moment of clarity, a fleeting glimpse into the vastness of existence, how each choice rippled through time, through lives intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. Then, the ground beneath them shifted violently as if the very earth objected to their presence. They stumbled, a gasp escaping Amelia's lips. It felt as though the world was a clock, ticking down to an unknown reckoning, and they were caught in the gears, trapped in a cycle of relentless pursuit. "Together?" Elias murmured, a question woven with uncertainty. Their eyes locked, and in that shared moment, a fragile bond solidified, two flawed hearts embracing the murk of the unknown. "Yes," she replied, though the word tasted bitter on her tongue. Together they edged closer to the gaping maw of darkness, where the unknown lay in wait, an unfathomable expanse of secrets and shadows. The map whispered its siren song, weaving their fates into its tapestry, and as they crossed that threshold, they felt it, a shudder that reverberated through their very souls. In that instant, it became clear, they were no longer mere wanderers but cartographers of their own despair, navigating the unseen realms that lay beneath the surface of their lives. And with every passing second, the world above faded further away, leaving only the echo of their breaths, the pulse of their fear, and the intoxicating allure of the dark. The moon hung low, a ghastly pearl against the black velvet of night, illuminating the deserted streets like a spotlight on a stage, where shadows danced with the weight of secrets. I remember the sound of my breath, ragged and quick, slicing through the suffocating stillness. Silence is heavy in the underworld, it clings to you like fog, twisting around your limbs, squeezing until you can't tell where the air ends and the dread begins. In the distance, an echo, a soft thud, reverberated through the hollow alleyways, drawing me closer to the heart of a crisis. I could feel the pulse of the city, a low thrum beneath my feet, wrapping around my anxiety, and I knew that something was coming. The air tasted metallic, a premonition of chaos that hung like a storm cloud just beyond the horizon of thought. Then there was her. Clara. Her eyes, twin orbs of stormy grey, glinted with a fear that twisted like a knife in my gut. She stood at the edge of the darkness, trembling, caught between the shadow of a past she had tried to outrun and a future that loomed like a predator. The night had stripped away her bravado, leaving only the raw, vulnerable flesh of her heart exposed. I could almost hear it, the frantic thud of her heartbeat, a drum marking the time until she would either flee or confront the demons lurking in the alleyways. "Why are we here?" she whispered, a plea laced with desperation. Each word felt like a stone dropped into a chasm, echoing endlessly. "Why can't we just leave?" But there was nowhere to run. The silence around us was thickening, a presence both ominous and suffocating. I glanced at Michael, my brother, standing a few feet away, his fists clenched, caught between anger and regret. The ghosts of our past whispered in the wind, and I could see the shimmer of memories in his dark eyes. He had always been the brave one, the protector, but now he was just as lost. "Clara, you don't understand," he rasped, voice low and strained. "We can't escape what we've done. It's like echoes in a canyon, they come back, again and again." The metaphor hung in the air, heavy with meaning. I felt the weight of our choices, the mistakes that echoed back through time, each one a ghost with its own haunting wail. I remember the night it all began, the urgency of whispered secrets, the thrill of rebellion. But now the thrill felt like a noose around our necks, tightening, pulling us closer to a reckoning we couldn't avoid. The silence stretched, thickening like fog, and I could feel it pressing against my chest. I was drowning in it, the anticipation of what was to come, the unspoken words that twisted in the air like a noose. Clara's breath quickened, a desperate rhythm that matched the frantic beat of my heart. There was a sudden crash, a cacophony of shattered glass breaking the stillness, tearing through the tension like a knife through flesh. My heart raced as a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, the outline indistinct but menacing. "Did you think you could hide forever?" The voice was gravelly, like stones grinding together, and it cut through the silence like a blade. "You cannot escape your past." The raw intensity of those words struck us to our core. I could see Clara flinch, her fear palpable, and I wondered if it was the threat that made her tremble more than the man lurking in the shadows. The silence that followed was deafening, wrapping around us, suffocating, until it felt as though the night itself was holding its breath. Michael stepped forward, his voice steady, though trembling at the edges. "We're done running. We face what we've done." But I could feel the rush of uncertainty, the fear that bubbled beneath the surface of his bravado. The silence around us pulsated, an aching heartbeat that seemed to mock our resolve. Every second stretched into eternity as we stood at the brink of confrontation, the air electrified with tension. I remembered the dreams, the haunting visions that had come to me in the dead of night, filled with whispers and shadows. They warned me. They begged me. But here I was, standing in the face of that darkness, every nerve alight with fear. It pulsed around me, a vivid reminder that silence is not empty, it is laden with the sound of things unsaid, of choices unmade. Then, a flicker of movement, a blur, a flash, and then pain. The world erupted into chaos, sound spilling into the silence like boiling water. It was visceral, a pulse of raw emotion that lit the air on fire. I felt the heat of the confrontation, the clash of bodies echoing against the brick walls, the sounds of breathing, gasps caught between fear and adrenaline. And through it all, Clara's voice broke through, shrill and piercing. "Stop! We can't do this." Her plea was primal, the kind that clawed at the very fabric of our beings. The silence that followed was thick with the weight of her despair, a moment suspended in time where everything hung precariously in the balance. In that fragile heartbeat, I realized the truth. Sound and silence are intertwined, each one reflecting the chaos or calm within us. They are the echoes of our past and the whispers of our fears. As we faced the darkness together, I felt the resolve building inside us, a shared understanding that existed beyond words. The confrontation loomed ahead, but it was more than a battle against an outside force. It was a reckoning with ourselves, our choices, our dreams. The night held its breath, waiting, as we stood on the precipice, caught in the cascade of sound and silence, heartbeat against heartbeat, pulse against pulse, waiting for the moment where everything would change. The future lay before us, an unwritten page, and in that silence, in that moment, the echoes of our choices converged into something new. I could feel it, a shift in the air, a breath held tight, waiting for release. The river whispered secrets in the silence of the night, the water glimmering like shards of glass under the moonlight, and there stood Marcus, the ferryman, his silhouette a haunting spectre against the black velvet sky. He gripped the oar tightly, knuckles white with tension, as if the very act of holding it would tether him to this world, this moment, this torment. The distant wail of a siren cut through the air, piercing his heart like an arrow. They were coming for him, those who lingered in shadow, those who haunted the edges of his soul. I remember the first soul I ferried, he murmured, voice a gravelly whisper, barely rising above the rush of the current. A child, no older than 8, eyes like storm clouds. He closed his eyes, the memory flooding his mind with an unbearable weight, a tidal wave of guilt crashing over him. I didn't know then what I know now. Didn't realize I'd become a keeper of graves. The girl, her spirit trembling like a flickering candle, had pleaded with him, her tiny hands reaching out, desperate for warmth. Take me back, she had begged. I'm not ready. But the river had no patience for innocence. It swallowed her whole, and he had sat there, watching the ripples fade, feeling his heart shatter like ice against stone. Then there was Elise, her laughter ringing like chimes in the dark, a sound that could slice through the thickest of dread. She was a poet, weaving words that danced like fireflies in the summer night. But words couldn't save her from the clutches of despair. What good are dreams when reality is a monster, she had asked, eyes fierce with the fire of 1,000 suns. The day she stepped onto his boat, her spirit was already frayed, caught between the hope of a better tomorrow and the suffocating grip of yesterday's ghosts. Your dreams are worth the fight, Marcus had said, but deep down, he felt the lie weigh heavy on his tongue. He had watched her slip into the void, a shadow swallowed by the waters, and the river had claimed her, just like it had so many others. He was their gravekeeper, their silent guardian, and he felt the pain of every lost soul festering in the depths of his heart. Time twisted around him like a noose, suffocating and relentless. The river's current pulsed like the ticking of a clock, the sound echoing in his bones. He had been here too long, each passing year adding layers to his sorrow, transforming the ferryman into a mere shell, a hollow vessel navigating through the ebb and flow of despair. The weight of every soul he carried dragged him down into the murky depths of regret. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured, but the familiar air of anguish surrounded them. It was David, Marcus's old friend, a man whose laughter had once filled the air like music but was now silenced by the shadows of his own demons. Marcus, David rasped, voice rough as gravel. I need you to take me across. I can't face this world anymore. I can't, David, Marcus croaked, his heart pounding like a drum echoing through the night. Not again. Why not? David's voice cracked, a shard of glass piercing through the fog of despair that hung between them. You've done it before. I can't keep living like this. I'm tired. The river surged, hungry for their pain, beckoning them with its dark embrace. Marcus felt the pull of the water, the yearning to escape the crushing weight of existence. I remember the last time, he said, voice trembling. I lost you, David. I lost a piece of myself. Please, don't let me drown. The desperation in David's voice was a bitter melody, each note sending shivers down Marcus's spine. I'd rather face the river than this world. In that moment, the night held its breath, the air thick with unspoken words and raw emotions. The river swirled beneath them like a living entity, its depths concealing countless secrets, shadows that danced and writhed, waiting to be uncovered. Marcus felt the weight of history pressing down on him, each moment, each life lost echoing through time. The ferryman was not just a guide, he was a prisoner of fate, shackled to the pain of those who had come before. I remember, he whispered, the words slipping from his lips like smoke. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, the ferryman as a guide, a savior, a monster. They spoke of him in legends, a figure who held the balance between life and death, but they never spoke of the burden. The fog thickened around them, and Marcus felt as if the ghosts of the past were rising, swirling with the mist, their faces pale and sorrowful, their cries echoing in his ears. You carry their weight, they whispered, you are their keeper. As the moon hung high, casting its ghostly glow over the water, Marcus knew he was at a crossroads. The river was alive, pulsing with sorrow and longing. He could choose to let David go, to release him into the depths, but at what cost? Would he lose another part of himself, another fragment of his soul? I can't lose you, David, he said, voice raw and trembling. Not again. Their eyes locked, a silent understanding passing between them, a bond forged in shared pain and loss. The river roared, and for a moment, everything was still. In that stillness, the weight of their decisions hung heavy, a thick fog that blurred the line between life and death, hope and despair. And with every heartbeat, the world around them pulsated with life, a cacophony of emotion swirling like the waters of the river, drawing them deeper into the abyss of their own making. The ferryman stood poised, caught between the past and the present, ready to confront the weight of history, the echoes of lost souls woven into the fabric of time. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, dark and inevitable, ready to consume them both. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight that pulled at the edges of consciousness as the clock struck midnight. Shadows flickered like memories caught in a haze, each flicker a heartbeat a reminder of the unforgiving truth that lay beneath the surface. I stood at the edge of the crumbling bridge, the stones slick with midnight rain, glistening like the tears of lost souls. My heart raced, a relentless drumbeat echoing through the stillness, a symphony of dread and anticipation weaving a tapestry of the unseen. I was not alone. Clara stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the ghostly glow of the moonlight. A tempest brewed behind her gaze, a whirlpool of fear and defiance. I felt her pulse quicken and knew that she was trapped in a dance with her own demons. We had come to this forsaken place, a bridge straddling two worlds, the vibrant life we knew and the haunting underworld where shadows whispered secrets that no one should hear. Each breath was like a confession, each heartbeat a reminder of what we stood to lose. Do you hear it? She whispered, her voice a fragile thread stretching through the darkness, fraying at the edges. It's calling us. I didn't want to admit what I felt, a pull, a magnetic force laced with danger. It was more than curiosity, it was a craving, a hunger for understanding that gnawed at the corners of my mind. I could almost taste the bitterness of the unknown, a flavor that tinged the air like smoke. Clara's haunted look mirrored my own turmoil, her spirit a mix of fierce determination and crippling doubt. Then there was Marco, his silhouette lurking in the shadows, a figure caught between the light and the dark. His laughter was a brittle thing, cracking under the weight of unspoken fears. Marco had always masked his pain with humor, a jester in a court of ghosts. This place is absurd, he quipped, forcing a smile that never quite reached his eyes. I mean, who builds a bridge to nowhere? But beneath the levity lay a darkness, his struggle with a past that clung to him like a shroud, each step forward dragging chains made of regret and sorrow. I remember the stories we shared under the flickering lamplight, our voices weaving a tapestry of fears and dreams, our laughter echoing against the walls of time. I remember the way Clara clutched my arm, her nails biting into my skin, grounding herself in reality as we skated precariously on the edge of the abyss. What if we don't come back? She had asked, her voice trembling, a whisper woven with the threads of the universe's cruel irony. The bridge was more than a mere structure, it was a symbol of the chasm between life and the ungraspable void. Its arches loomed like silent sentinels, guarding the secrets of the departed. Iconography danced in the shadows, figures from medieval lore etched into the stone, figures that told tales of lost loves, betrayals, and the relentless march of time. I saw them there, haunting, beckoning, their eyes hollow yet alive with the stories of those who had crossed. Art is a bridge, Clara murmured suddenly, her voice breaking the spell of silence. It connects worlds, doesn't it? She turned to face me, her expression a tapestry of yearning and fear. But what happens when the bridge leads to darkness? I had no answer then, only the echo of her question reverberating in my mind like a ghostly refrain. My gaze drifted beyond the stones, into the shimmering abyss that lay beyond. The night stretched infinitely, a canvas of the cosmos painted with the brushstrokes of forgotten dreams. I could almost feel the threads of time unraveling, moments slipping through our fingers like sand. Marco's laughter shattered the silence again, desperate and raw. "Let's just turn back, shall we? I hear the underworld doesn't serve cocktails." But even as he spoke, I could see the flicker of interest in his eyes, a spark igniting the shadows that wrapped around him. It was a flicker of curiosity, a longing to confront the very fears that held him captive. With a final glance at the swirling darkness below, Clara stepped forward, her foot bridging the gap between the known and the unknown. "We have to see. We can't turn away." Her voice was a fierce anthem, a battle cry ringing through the night, urging us both to follow. I could feel my heart thundering in my chest, each pulse a reminder of the choice laid before us, the choice to face our fears or retreat into the safety of ignorance. The bridge creaked beneath our weight, a solemn reminder of the fragile line we tread. The air thickened as we crossed, each step a plunge into the depths of our own souls. I grasped Clara's hand, our fingers intertwining, a lifeline in the swirling chaos. The darkness whispered to us, a seductive lullaby promising revelations and horrors intertwined. Time stretched and twisted, a cruel jester pulling at the strings of our fate. I remembered stories of those who ventured into the underworld, of Orpheus and his tragic song, of Persephone's longing between worlds. But here, our tale was uncharted, a swirling tempest of fear and desire, a cacophony of emotion spilling forth like a torrential downpour. Marco's voice, once a beacon of levity, trembled as he spoke again. "What if we don't find our way back?" His vulnerability hung in the air like a shroud, a mirror reflecting the depths of our own fears. I turned to him, the weight of his words enveloping us in a palpable silence. "Then we'll become part of the stories," Clara replied, her voice steady, a thread of courage woven through the fragility. "We'll join the whispers of those who came before." And as we stood there, teetering on the edge of the abyss, a bond formed, an unbreakable thread intertwining our fates. The bridge beneath us felt alive, pulsating with the weight of our shared fears, our desires, our hopes. Each heartbeat resonated through the stones, echoing the stories of countless souls lost to the void. The dark beckoned with open arms, and as we took that final step, I knew we were crossing not just a bridge, but a threshold, a passage into the uncharted territories of our own hearts. The underworld awaited, and we were ready to confront the ghosts that lingered in the shadows, to face the haunting echoes of our choices. The air crackled with anticipation, a promise of transformation lingering just beyond the veil, a promise that would change us forever. And as we ventured deeper, the bridge behind us began to fade, leaving only the whispers of the past, a symphony of what once was, and what might yet be. The clock ticked, its sound a relentless echo in the hollow space. Each tick was a heartbeat slipping away, a whisper of time that haunted the room. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting and turning like phantoms in a forgotten graveyard. I stood at the edge of the bed, frozen, the air thick with the metallic tang of fear. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against the silence. Around me, memories flickered, laughter, warmth, voices that once filled the air now drowned in a sea of dread. "Mom." The word fell from my lips like a prayer, desperate and trembling. The hospital room was sterile, yet it bore an unbearable weight. My brother, Daniel, sat hunched in the corner, his face obscured by the dim light. He stared at the floor as if it held the answers, his thoughts screaming in silence. I could see the tremors in his hands, could feel the pulse of his anxiety vibrate through the room. "They say she won't make it through the night." The words hung between us like a noose, tightening. I wanted to scream, to shake the walls until the ghosts retreated, but all I could do was stand there, paralyzed by the shadow of death creeping closer. Death, an unwelcome guest at the table of life, cold and unyielding, reminding us of our fragility. I began, but the memories caught in my throat. I remember the way her laughter filled the room, bright and unfiltered, as she danced around the kitchen, the smell of fresh cookies wafting through the air. I remembered how her smile could chase away the darkest clouds, how she stitched our family together with threads of love and hope. But now, that warmth was eclipsed by the icy specter of the inevitable. Daniel looked up, his eyes hollow, a reflection of my own fears. What if she's gone? What if we lose her? What then? His voice cracked, breaking the dam that held back his sorrow. He was a fortress crumbling, bricks falling away, revealing the fragile heart beneath. I stepped closer, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. We can't think like that. We have to hold on. But my words felt weak, mere wisps of hope caught in a storm. There were so many things left unsaid, so many moments I wished I could rewind and replay. I remembered her holding my hand during my first heartbreak, the way she wiped away my tears with a soft smile, how she always seemed to know what to say. I wanted to tell her that I loved her, that she was my anchor in a world so easily set adrift. As I glanced at the clock again, time felt like a cruel trickster, a thief in the night. I couldn't shake the feeling that every tick was a countdown, stealing seconds from our lives, moments that were slipping through our fingers like sand. The fear of death pressed against my chest, a weight that threatened to crush me. But there was also a part of me that felt numb, like I had stepped into a dream where nothing felt real. I wanted to scream at the absurdity of it all. How could life be so beautiful and yet so terrifying? How could we be filled with such love, only to watch it dissolve into nothingness? Do you think she's scared? Daniel's voice trembled, breaking through my reverie. I don't know, I admitted, the truth a jagged shard lodged in my throat. But what if it's not about being scared? What if it's about letting go? The words hung heavy in the air, and for a moment, we both stood still, grappling with the enormity of that thought. Letting go. It was a concept that felt alien, a surrender to the unknown that loomed like a ghost just beyond our sight. But how could we let go? How could we embrace the void, the darkness that awaited? I could feel the fear clawing at me, wrapping around my heart like a vice. The unknown was a beast, and I was its prey, trembling in the shadow of its hunger. Daniel's gaze shifted to the window, where the night wrapped around the world like a shroud. I read somewhere that when you die, your life flashes before your eyes. Is that true? The question hung in the air, trembling with the weight of possibility. Maybe it's not just the life we lived, I mused. Maybe it's the lives we wished we'd lived, the dreams we never chased. A flicker of realization ignited in Daniel's eyes, a spark of resilience amidst the despair. What if we're not just scared of dying? What if we're scared of never really living? The thought struck me, reverberating through the silence. I could feel it in my bones, the urgency, the rawness of it. Every moment wasted was a moment lost to the abyss, a whisper of regret that would haunt us forever. And there it was, the heartbeat of fear, the pulse of life. I could feel it thrumming through the air, a reminder that we were alive, that we had the power to shape our destinies, even in the face of darkness. But as the clock ticked on, I knew that time was not on our side. The barrier loomed, psychological, emotional, terrifying. The fear of death and the unknown twisted around us, a tangle of shadows threatening to pull us under. I glanced at Daniel, his face illuminated by the haunted glow of desperation. What if we face it together? I whispered, and I could see the flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Together. The word resonated like a promise, a lifeline thrown into the storm. We may not know what lay ahead, but we could hold on to each other, draw strength from our shared fear, and confront the darkness with all the love we had. In that moment, as the clock continued its relentless ticking, I felt a shift, a stirring of possibility amidst the dread. The fear didn't vanish, it lingered, coiling around us like a serpent, but we were no longer alone. We were together, and perhaps that was enough. And then, in the silence that followed, I understood something profound. That fear itself was a part of living, an undeniable truth that connected us all, a thread woven into the fabric of existence. As the shadows deepened and the night wrapped tighter around us, I felt a resolve crystallizing in my chest. Whatever awaited us on the other side of that barrier, we would face it. Together. The unknown might loom, dark and daunting, but so did the possibility of light. And in that flickering moment of defiance, we stood at the threshold of the abyss, hearts pounding, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited. The air is thick, suffocating, a tangible weight pressing against the chest. The moon hangs low, a ghostly spectre, shrouded in a veil of clouds that whisper secrets of the night. I stumble through the shadows, a lone figure lost in a city that seems to pulse with a heartbeat all its own. The streetlights flicker like dying stars, casting long shadows that stretch and bend, almost reaching out to touch me. I can hear it, the faint echo of a woman's scream, sharp and piercing, slicing through the silence, igniting the dread pooling in my stomach. I remember a time when I believed in hope. Before the darkness settled in my bones. Before I became a mere shell of who I was meant to be. I think of Clara, her laughter like a distant memory now, a shimmering light swallowed by a gaping maw of despair. She was so alive, so vibrant, dancing in the sunlight, pulling me along with her, dragging me from the depths of my own self-loathing. But shadows have a way of creeping in, of turning light into darkness, and I was left to watch as she faded. "I'll find you," I whisper, a promise burdened by guilt. Each step feels like a betrayal, a weight that drags me further into the abyss. The ghosts of our past haunt me, flickering memories that taunt me, her smile, the way she used to curl her hair behind her ear, the warmth of her hand in mine. I'm haunted by the choices I made, the moments I let slip away like grains of sand through my fingers. Each grain a reminder of the love I took for granted. And then there's Marcus. A man shaped by his own demons, a misfit with a darkly charming smile that hides 100 secrets. He leans against a crumbling brick wall, cigarette smoke curling from his lips like tendrils of a spirit long lost. I see the pain etched on his face, a reflection of my own. Every breath he takes seems labored, as if the weight of the world is pressing down on him. He's searching for something, redemption perhaps, or revenge. It's hard to tell with Marcus, but I know he's been through hell and back, just like me. "Do you hear that?" he asks, his voice low and gravelly, like stones tumbling down a hill. He flicks his cigarette into the gutter, the embers extinguishing in the puddles of rainwater that shimmer like dark jewels in the moonlight. It's the sound of ghosts. They're restless tonight. I glance around, the night alive with whispers, the very walls steeped in sorrow. "Or maybe it's just us," I reply, a hollow laugh escaping my lips, echoing off the damp pavement. "What are we doing, Marcus? Do you even know?" "Finding her," he says, and his eyes burn with a fierce intensity. "We have to cross the underworld to reach her. There it is, the underworld. A place where light dims and shadows reign. I can feel it tugging at my consciousness, a dark invitation that teeters on the edge of my sanity. I remember a time when I scoffed at the idea of such a realm. But then I encountered loss, and the underworld became real, tangible, a gateway to despair. Do you really believe we can save her?" I ask, doubt creeping into my voice like a thief in the night. "What if the price is too high? What if we lose ourselves in the process?" "Everything has a cost," he replies, eyes unwavering. "But I'd rather fight for her than live in a world where I did nothing." His conviction washes over me, igniting a flicker of something I thought long extinguished, hope. But it's shaky, like a candle's flame in a storm. I know the darkness too well, its claws have grazed my heart, leaving it scarred and raw. Yet, here we are, two broken souls willing to face the unknown. There's a beauty in that, a trembling vulnerability that binds us together. The clock towers chime in the distance, a haunting melody that swells in the air, washing over us like a tide of memories. I remember Clara's laughter wrapped around that sound, a symphony now drowned by the cacophony of despair. Time feels like a cruel trickster, mocking our desperation as we slip further into the night. "Are you ready?" Marcus asks, his voice barely a whisper, laced with trepidation. I look into his eyes, searching for reassurance, for a sign that we won't be lost in the shadows. "No," I admit, my heart pounding with the weight of my words. "But I can't go back." Together, we step into the darkness. Each breath is a fight against the weight of our memories, the echoes of laughter strangled in the silence. I can feel the chill of the underworld creeping in, wrapping around me like a shroud. It's not merely a place, it's a state of being, a suffocating void that threatens to consume everything good I've ever known. As we weave through the alleyways, the world shifts. Shadows dance along the walls, a macabre ballet that tells tales of lost souls. I catch glimpses of faces, hollow, anguished, eyes wide with despair. They reach out, silent screams on their lips, begging for release. I shudder, the weight of their sorrow washing over me like a cold wave, dragging me deeper into the abyss. "Stay close," Marcus murmurs, his hand brushing against mine, a tether to reality. But I can feel the pull of the darkness, whispering promises of vengeance, of redemption. Each step feels heavier, the air thick with the scent of decay and regret. "I remember her," I say, desperation clawing at my throat. I remember her smile, her warmth. The words tumble from my lips, a fragile litany against the encroaching shadows. "I won't let her fade." "Then let's keep moving," he urges, his voice fierce, igniting a spark of determination within me. The city morphs around us, becoming a twisted labyrinth where dreams intertwine with nightmares. Every corner we turn feels like a choice, a haunting reminder of what we stand to lose. But there's a flicker of something in the distance, a light, a glimmer of hope that beckons us onward. I clutch Marcus's hand tighter, a lifeline as we race toward the unknown, hearts pounding in unison, ready to face the darkness together. I can feel it, the world shifting beneath our feet, the very fabric of reality warping as we cross the threshold into the underworld, where the line between life and death blurs. "Clara!" I scream into the void, my voice echoing, a desperate plea swallowed by the shadows. But deep down, I know this isn't just about saving her. It's about finding redemption in our own broken souls, a chance to cross beyond the underworld, to rise from the ashes of our past. And as the darkness draws closer, I clutch onto that thought, that fragile glimmer of hope, because in the end, isn't that all we truly seek? The heartbeat of the city quickens, and in that moment, it feels like we're not just running toward her, we're running toward ourselves. The clock struck midnight as shadows danced in the corners of the dimly lit room. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, a reminder of the world beyond, the world that felt so far away yet so intimately close. I stood there, breathless, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and something more, an unshakable sense of dread that wrapped around my heart like a vice. This was not just another night, it was the night that would shatter everything I thought I knew. I remember the way the moonlight slashed through the window, illuminating the faded photographs hanging on the wall, a gallery of faces long buried in the earth, their eyes staring into nothingness. My fingers grazed the glass, trembling. Each portrait whispered stories, secrets lost to time, yet they pulsed with an energy that beckoned me closer. I could almost hear their voices, a distant echo of laughter and sorrow, of lives lived and battles fought. They were my ancestors, the threads of my lineage, and tonight they were restless. In the corner, my brother Isaac paced back and forth, his face a portrait of turmoil. "We can't just ignore it, Ava," he snapped, his voice rising above the howl of the wind. "They're reaching out to us. Can't you feel it?" His desperation clawed at my insides, every syllable a reminder of our fractured bond. Isaac had always been the dreamer, the one lost in the stars while I kept my feet firmly on the ground. But now, as the tension curled like smoke around us, I saw the truth in his eyes, an unsettling mix of fear and hope. "I remember the stories, Isaac," I whispered, my voice barely rising above the flickering candle flames. "I remember how they ended." The tales of our family were steeped in tragedy, betrayals that echoed through generations, curses that turned love into ashes. Each story was a brick in the wall that separated us from the past, from the ancestors who had fought to protect us. Yet standing there, caught between Isaac's fervor and my gut-wrenching dread, I felt the wall begin to tremble. A loud crash erupted outside, shattering the stillness. We both jumped, hearts racing as we exchanged panicked glances. "What was that?" Isaac asked, voice trembling. I felt a chill creep up my spine, the shadows seemed to writhe, moving with a life of their own. I had always dismissed the old tales, ghosts, hauntings, voices carried on the wind, until now. The night itself felt alive, a living reminder of the thin veil that separated our world from theirs. Maybe. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my ears. Maybe they want something from us. The thought hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. The ancestors were not merely echoes of the past, they were a bridge between worlds, teetering on the edge of our reality. The weight of our family legacy settled like a stone in my stomach, a burden I had long tried to escape. As if summoned by my words, the air thickened, charged with a presence. It felt like a pulse, a rhythm that intertwined with the beats of our hearts. I turned to face the window, drawn to the darkness outside, where the trees stood like silent sentinels. What if they're trying to warn us? What if they're trapped? I could almost see the faces of my ancestors, their expressions a blend of anguish and determination. It was a call to arms, a plea for us to understand the shadows lurking just beyond our perception. Isaac stopped pacing, his gaze fixed on me, desperation etched across his features. Then we need to listen. We can't turn our backs on them. They sacrificed everything for us. If we ignore them now? His voice trailed off, fear pooling in his eyes like a dark tide. I felt a pang of guilt, the weight of my reluctance to face the ghosts of our past, to confront the pain that lingered like a thick fog over our family tree. The moment hung suspended, time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. I remembered the stories of our great-grandmother, the one who had foreseen her husband's death in a dream, the one who had paid dearly for her visions. I could hear her voice in my mind, a soft whisper urging me to remember that pain was part of our bloodline, a legacy that we could not escape. Suddenly, the candle flickered violently, casting elongated shadows on the walls. I felt a sharp intake of breath, a sensation that something was watching us, lurking just beyond the threshold of our understanding. Isaac took a step forward, the desperation in his eyes igniting a spark of courage within me. We have to connect with them, Ava. We need to know what they want. We have to break the cycle. And just like that, the weight of our choices settled heavily upon my shoulders. I closed my eyes, feeling the hum of the universe around us, stars twinkling in the vastness, galaxies colliding, and time folding in on itself like a piece of origami. My heart raced, a chaotic symphony of fear and exhilaration. I felt as if I were standing on the precipice of something monumental, the abyss beneath me filled with echoes of the past, the hopes of our ancestors mingling with the air we breathed. Okay, I whispered, finally surrendering to the call of the past. I took a deep breath, the taste of uncertainty sharp on my tongue. Let's do this. The moment stretched into eternity as Isaac and I locked eyes, an unspoken agreement binding us together. In that heartbeat, the darkness felt alive, swirling around us, ready to unveil its secrets. We were not merely descendants, we were conduits, bridges connecting worlds, standing on the threshold of revelation and terror. And with every beat of our hearts, we prepared to listen. The night had swallowed the city whole, the kind of dark that felt alive, curling around each building, creeping through cracked windows like a thief on a mission. I stood on the cusp of death and desire, heart racing as shadows danced between alleyways, whispering secrets of the damned. My breath came in sharp bursts, each exhale a reminder of the weight pressing down on my chest. I could hear it, the ticking of a clock, counting down to something unthinkable. Mara's laughter echoed in my ears, a ghostly melody that sent shivers down my spine. She had always found humor in the macabre, spinning wild tales of the underworld as if they were bedtime stories. You know, they executed people right around here, didn't you? She would say, a wicked smile gripping her face. I remember the way her eyes sparkled, the playful darkness that both attracted and terrified me. But now, her laughter felt like a knife, slicing through the thick air of this suffocating night. I turned to face Ethan, my heart twisting at the sight of him. He had become a shadow of the man I once knew, eyes hollow, skin pale as if he had brushed too close to the grave. We can't keep running, he said, voice low and ragged, as if he were speaking from the depths of hell itself. I wanted to reach out, to shake him awake from this nightmare, but the reality of what lay ahead hung like a noose between us. Footsteps echoed in the distance, heavy and relentless, drawing nearer with each heartbeat. My pulse quickened, reverberating against the walls of this haunted reality. I remembered the tales Mara spun about the underworld, about how the souls of the lost wandered, cursed to bear witness to their own failures. Was this our fate? To be forever entwined in a dark narrative we could not escape? The shadows grew thicker, alive with the memories of past lives, and I felt a tremor of fear as I recalled the first time I stumbled upon the world beneath the surface, books littered with tales of torment and transcendence. Dante's An Inferno, a descent into the heart of suffering. The word sang to me then, beckoning me into the abyss. I was naive, thinking I could taste the darkness without being consumed by it. "Do you hear that?" Ethan whispered, but his voice trembled. I strained to listen, the cacophony of the city muffled by the weight of our despair. A low growl rumbled through the night, primal and feral, clawing at the edges of my sanity. The underworld was not a mere story, it was alive, breathing, hungry. I remembered the ghosts of ancient poets, Homer, Virgil, who understood the balance of love and loss, how the heart could shatter and yet still beat on. Their tales entwined with my own, pulling me deeper into a narrative I had never asked to join. I felt the pull of their verses, the rhythm of their sorrows echoing my own. Each word was a thread, weaving a tapestry of pain and beauty, a reminder that we are all part of this grotesque dance, this macabre play. Mara's face flitted through my mind, her bright eyes narrowing in mock seriousness as she recounted the tale of Orpheus, who ventured into the underworld to reclaim his lost love. A foolish endeavor, yet one that resonated with a raw truth. We would fight, claw our way through the darkness if it meant reclaiming what we had lost. But this wasn't a fairy tale. I looked at Ethan, saw the flicker of hope fading in his gaze. "We can't go back," he choked out, desperation lacing his voice. "Whatever's chasing us, it won't stop." The truth of his words settled like a cold stone in my stomach. The specters of our past loomed large, their fingers stretching across time, reaching for us. A pulse of movement caught my eye, a flicker of light in the distance. I grabbed Ethan's arm, urgency surging through me. "We have to go now." Panic surged like wildfire, suffocating, overwhelming. The stories I had read suddenly felt like warnings, the kind you ignore until it's too late. The darkness was closing in, a noose tightening around our throats. "Remember that night at the old library?" I gasped, trying to ground us in a shared remembrance, a moment of levity amid the chaos. "You dared me to read those forbidden texts." Ethan nodded, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips, but his eyes betrayed the fear lurking beneath. "And you laughed at the curses. But they're not just stories," I shouted, the weight of the truth crashing over me. "They live through us. The emotions, the pain, it's all so real." We stumbled into the light, the glow spilling out like a beacon, but it danced just beyond our grasp. The air thickened with tension, each breath a battle against the shadows that loomed behind us. My mind raced, thoughts colliding in a chaotic rush. What would happen if we embraced the darkness? What if we allowed ourselves to be consumed by it, to become something greater, something terrifying? I remembered the weight of the city itself, how it pulsed with histories of the damned. The underworld was not a place, it was a state of being, a reflection of the chaos within us. The ghosts of our choices haunted every corner, and I could feel them closing in, a cacophony of whispers urging us toward the inevitable confrontation. The clock ticked louder now, each chime a reminder that time was slipping away, and we stood on the precipice of decision. I could feel Mara's laughter pulling us back, that twisted reminder of what we had lost and what we still fought for. And then, the darkness surged, and I knew we were no longer alone. The shadows churned, thick and malevolent, ready to consume us whole. I gripped Ethan's hand tighter, feeling the warmth of his pulse against my palm, a lifeline in this suffocating world. In this moment, I understood the weight of our stories, the power of the underworld to hold us captive and yet push us forward. Mara, with her dark humor and playful embrace of the macabre, had prepared us for this reckoning. Our pasts were intertwined with the narratives we had fed upon, and now they were rising, refusing to stay buried. As the shadows lunged, I faced them head-on, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a confrontation with everything we had ever loved and lost, a reckoning with the very essence of who we were. The echoes of the underworld whispered to us, and I felt the weight of their histories pressing down, urging us to leap forward into the unknown. The clock struck midnight, its echo resonating through the hollow expanse of the city, marking the moment when shadows danced with a mind of their own. A scream sliced through the night, raw and desperate, hanging in the air like the remnants of a shattered dream. I stood, breathless, in the heart of it all, a witness to something terrifying and beautiful. The pavement glistened with rain, each droplet a shard of glass reflecting the chaos around me. I remember when the streets were alive, I murmured, the words tumbling from my lips like confessions in the dark. There was a time when laughter spilled from every corner, when stories were woven into the fabric of life. Now, it was just me, and the haunting echoes of what had once been. Evelyn was a ghost in her own skin, a woman who danced on the edge of oblivion. Her eyes were pools of midnight, filled with secrets that twisted like vines around her fragile heart. She stood near the alley, her fingers trembling, clutching a crumpled piece of paper as if it contained the essence of her very soul. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the distant sirens, a chorus of despair that could drown the boldest of hearts. "But do we ever truly have a choice?" Shadows flickered in her gaze, memories knotting like tangled threads. "I thought I could escape," she continued, each word punctuated with a heartbeat that echoed the fear clawing at her insides. "But the underworld, it's always there, lurking in the corners of my mind, whispering promises laced with poison." Across the street, Marcus leaned against a lamppost, the light casting a halo around him, but I knew it was just a trick of the night. He was a man sculpted by loss, his past a heavy cloak that clung to him like an unwanted memory. "Every story has its underbelly," he said, his voice gravelly, the weight of reality pressing on him. "We're all searching for a way out, but the darkness, it knows us too well." I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of something unnameable. A longing, a fear, perhaps even a glimmer of hope buried beneath layers of regret. "Evelyn! We can't keep running," he urged, stepping into the fray of flickering neon lights and honking horns. "You have to confront it. Face your demons before they eat you alive." But it was too late for that. The clock ticked on, each second a reminder of the choices we had made, the paths we had taken. I felt the tension crackle in the air, a promise of chaos lurking just beneath the surface. "I can't," Evelyn cried, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "What if I fall back in? What if the underworld swallows me whole?" And then it hit me, a realization that crashed over me like a tidal wave. Her fear wasn't just hers, it was a collective ache, a wound that stretched across generations. We, all of us, were haunted by the narratives of the underworld, the stories of those who had come before, their shadows etched deeply into our souls. Their tales of despair and triumph echoed through the alleys, reverberating in our hearts like the beating of war drums. I could see the flicker of understanding pass between them, a momentary bond steeped in shared pain. The underworld had a way of weaving itself into the fabric of our lives, a tapestry of heartbreak and darkness, yet also of resilience and strength. "We were never meant to bear this burden alone," I whispered, feeling the weight of their struggles pressing down on me. Evelyn took a step forward, her breath hitching, each inhale heavy with the promise of confrontation. "I remember when I thought I was strong," she said, her voice a fragile thread. "But power doesn't come from running away. It comes from standing your ground." And there it was, the raw intensity of her resolve igniting the air around us. Her fear morphed into something fiercer, a fire that burned brightly in the darkest corners of her heart. "I want to tell my story," she declared, her voice rising, echoing against the cold, unyielding walls. "I want to face the underworld and rise from it." The city seemed to hold its breath, the world pausing to witness the shift, the transformation blossoming before us. Marcus watched her, a flicker of admiration igniting in his eyes. "Then let's show them," he said, his resolve intertwining with hers. "Let's make our voices heard." In that moment, the chaos outside faded into a distant hum, and we became a trio of souls intertwined in a shared mission, a narrative unfolding beneath the surface of this darkened city. The wind howled, a mournful melody, and the shadows whispered secrets of the past, but we stood resolute, ready to confront the stories that had shaped us. "Tonight, we rewrite our fates," I breathed, the words tasting like hope on my lips. "Tonight, we become the authors of our own tales." But even as we spoke of strength, I could feel the undercurrents of doubt swirling around us, like ghosts tethered to our feet. Each heartbeat drummed a warning: the underworld was not easily conquered. It was a labyrinth, twisting and treacherous, filled with echoes of every choice we had made. The night pressed in, a living entity, and I could almost taste the tension, sharp and electric. The three of us stood at the precipice, hearts pounding in unison, each tick of the clock a reminder that our confrontation was imminent. The shadows around us deepened, and the city held its breath, waiting. And then, I remembered. I remembered the stories that had come before us, the countless souls who had grappled with their own underworlds. I remembered the power of those narratives, how they shaped us, how they lingered in the corners of our minds like whispers in the night. As we stepped forward, I felt the weight of their stories on our shoulders, a lineage of resilience propelling us into the unknown. The confrontation loomed, an emotional climax hovering just out of reach, and I knew this was only the beginning. The world felt alive, and with every step we took, we stitched our voices into the tapestry, weaving a new narrative that would resonate far beyond this moment, beyond the shadows. The underworld would not define us, instead, we would illuminate it with our truth, our pain, and our unwavering hope. And as we moved deeper into that darkness, the story surged forward, a relentless tide pulling us into its embrace, leaving behind the echoes of our doubts and fears, propelling us into the next chapter of our lives. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the desolate streets, slicing the silence like a knife. Raina stood at the intersection of oak and maple, the cold biting through her thin jacket, a shiver racing down her spine. She watched the shadows dance, flickering in the streetlight's glow. Each heartbeat thudded louder than the last, a drumroll for the chaos about to ensue. She could feel it, something was coming, a storm wrapped in the guise of a figure emerging from the darkness. Raina, a voice, raw and desperate, cut through the night, sending a jolt of dread through her veins. It was Mark, his face pale, eyes wide with panic. She felt the familiar ache in her chest, a train of memories rushing in, a flood of laughter, arguments, and unsaid words. They were bound by mistakes, shared dreams, and a love so potent it sometimes felt toxic. The weight of their intertwined lives pressed down upon her like a heavy fog. "What happened?" she whispered, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. The shadows shifted, whispering secrets she refused to listen to. "They found us," he choked out, the terror in his voice so palpable it twisted her insides. "They're coming." Her pulse quickened, a racing current of fear and adrenaline. "Who?" The question hung in the air, suffocating. He hesitated, glancing over his shoulder as if the answer would emerge from the suffocating darkness. "I don't know. But I can't go back. I won't." Raina's mind spiraled, memories crashing like waves against a crumbling shore. Each recollection clawed at her heart, days spent in sunlight, laughter threaded between them, and nights filled with whispered promises. But the shadows of their choices twisted everything: debt, betrayal, desperation. Mark's flight had triggered their downfall, and now it loomed like a predator, ready to strike. "Then we have to leave," she said, her voice steady despite the storm roiling inside her. "Now." But before she could even step forward, the ground shook beneath them, a loud roar erupted from the distance. An engine growled, its headlights slicing through the dark, illuminating the two of them in a blinding flash. It was a car, barreling down the road like a beast unleashed. Panic surged through her, an instinct kicked in. She grabbed Mark's hand, and together they bolted down the street, hearts pounding in syncopation with the approaching menace. Behind them, the roar grew louder, echoing like a death knell. She could feel the vibrations in her bones, a visceral reminder that time was running out. They turned a corner, breathless, the world around them blurring into an abstract painting of colors and sounds, screams mingling with laughter, past mistakes blending with future fears. "Where do we go?" Mark's voice trembled, a fragile thread unraveling. "Anywhere but here," she gasped, dragging him toward the alley, shadows swallowing them whole as they ducked into the narrow passageway. The walls loomed high, graffiti scrawled in chaotic patterns, ghosts of other lives intersecting, the spirits of forgotten dreams. She squeezed his hand tighter, the warmth grounding her in the madness. But just as they found a moment of reprieve, a chilling laugh echoed from the entrance of the alley. It slithered into her ears, wrapping around her heart like a vice. "Look what we have here," a voice taunted, low and mocking. It was Victor, a ghost from their past, a man whose ambition had twisted into something monstrous. His eyes, cold and calculating, glinted with malice. "Fugitive lovebirds," he sneered, stepping closer, shadows pooling at his feet. "Thought you could slip away? Leave us alone, Victor!" Mark shouted, voice cracking, desperation spilling over. "This isn't your fight." "Ah, but it is," Victor replied, advancing. "You made it personal the moment you thought you could betray me and survive." Raina could feel the suffocating weight of their choices. Each moment hung heavy, like the air before a thunderstorm. She felt the tide washing over her, memories swirling like debris, ambitions lost, promises broken, the intricate dance of their fates colliding. "Mark, we need to run now," she urged, but her voice barely broke through the thick air. "Running won't save you," Victor hissed, lunging forward. The air crackled with tension, each breath a knife, each heartbeat a countdown. For a moment, everything froze, time suspended in the thick fog of fear and regret. Raina felt her heart splintering into 1,000 pieces, each shard reflecting their choices, their relentless pursuit of freedom. She remembered moments of joy entwined with despair, the beautiful chaos of their lives spiraling into darkness. In that fleeting whisper of stillness, she turned to Mark, their eyes locking, a silent understanding passing between them. They had fought so hard to escape, but maybe this wasn't about flight. Maybe it was time to confront their demons. Together, she whispered, a spark igniting in the depths of her soul. They could face this, together. With a surge of courage, they turned to Victor, and the world exploded. The darkness roared back to life, shadows shifting, a cacophony of emotions crashing into one another. The fear morphed into determination, the desperation etched into resolve. The confrontation loomed, the crossroads of fate and choice drawing near, an impending collision of past and present. Every moment hung in the balance, the air thick with unspoken words. Raina felt the pull of the universe, a cosmic dance of hope and despair, drawing her closer to the inevitable. Time stretched, every second an aching reminder of what they stood to lose, and yet, within that breadth of chaos, a flicker of possibility ignited. They were alive, limbs trembling with fear, hearts racing with unspent dreams. The path ahead was fraught with shadows, but the light of their choice flickered, daring them to take that step into the unknown. In this moment, all that mattered was the pulse of their hearts, the fire of their connection, as the night held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. A howl pierced the stillness, a sound that clawed at the walls of the dim-lit alley like it was alive, echoing back the anguish of a heart caught in the vice of despair. I stood there, heart racing, drenched in the cold sweat of fear. Shadows danced around me, twisting into grotesque forms that whispered secrets of the dark. I could almost feel their breath on my neck, a parade of ghosts, each one a memory I wished to forget. And yet here I was, standing on the precipice of something sinister, as if the very air crackled with the tension of a confrontation that had been brewing long before I arrived. In that moment, I remembered Clara, her laughter ringing like shattered glass, beautiful yet dangerous. I had loved her fiercely, and still, there was a part of me that feared her. She was a tempest, a whirlwind of contradictions. Light and dark embodied in flesh and blood. I could hear her voice now, teasing, challenging, beckoning me into the abyss. "Are you afraid of the dark?" she had asked once, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "Or what you might find within it?" I was terrified. I was terrified of the truths I'd buried deep, terrified of the shadows that had come to claim me. I glanced at the crumbling buildings around me, their bricks steeped in history, in stories of broken dreams and lost souls. The city was alive and yet, lifeless, a haunted labyrinth where each turn could lead to salvation or damnation. Clara's ghost lingered here, a haunting reminder of what I had lost. She had slipped through my fingers like sand, leaving me grasping for a future that felt increasingly out of reach. Then there was Marcus, my brother. A flawed hero in a world that demanded perfection. I had watched him spiral, consumed by the darkness that lurked within him, a darkness that was all too familiar. He had been my protector once, the light amidst my storms, but now he was a shadow of his former self, haunted by demons of his own making. I could see him in the distance, pacing, hands raking through his hair, the tension radiating from him palpable, suffocating. What had become of us? Every choice has its price, he had said, once, in a moment of clarity. And we're not ready to pay. The bitterness in his words hung in the air like smoke, twisting into shapes that reminded me of our shared childhood, moments that felt like they belonged to someone else now. We had danced in the light, played in innocence, but the world had shifted under our feet, and now we were left grappling for meaning in a place where the darkness felt all-consuming. A flicker of movement caught my eye. Clara stood at the entrance of the alley, her silhouette framed by the distant glow of streetlights, an ethereal figure rising from the shadows. "You think you can run forever," she said, her voice a soft taunt, a melody wrapped in sorrow. "The darkness will always find you." She stepped closer, and with each step, I could feel the weight of her words pressing against my chest, a reminder that the ghosts of the past do not fade, they linger, waiting for a moment to break free. "Clara, don't!" I shouted, desperation clawing at me. But she smiled, a knowing smile that twisted like a dagger in my heart. "You're not ready to confront what you've lost. But maybe it's time." The air thickened, a palpable tension electrifying the space between us. I glanced at Marcus, who seemed to be wrestling with his own demons, the shadows of his past wrapping around him like chains. We were caught in a web of intertwining fates, each thread echoing with the pain of choices made under the glint of streetlights and the veil of night. "Help me," Marcus whispered, a plea that cut through the tension like a knife. I saw it then, the flicker of hope, dim but unyielding, fighting against the tide of darkness that threatened to engulf us. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him into the light, but the shadows were strong, whispering lies that made my heart ache. Would I be able to save him? Or were we both destined to drown in our own despair? As I turned back to Clara, the air around us shifted. The alley began to close in, the walls breathing, pulsating, alive with the weight of our shared history. I could see the flicker of memories intertwining with the shadows, forming a tapestry of our past, laughter, betrayal, and the bittersweet taste of love lost. "You can't run, you can't hide," Clara intoned, her voice a haunting echo. "The darkness is a part of you, and it always will be." I felt my heart racing, each beat a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. The clock on the wall seemed to mock me, ticking away the moments like grains of sand slipping through fingers. I was caught between two worlds, the light that promised safety and the dark that beckoned with the allure of truth. "Face it," Marcus said, his voice cracking, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Face it with me." I wanted to scream, to push him away, but the pull was too strong. There was a haunting beauty in the darkness, a truth hidden within its embrace that begged to be unearthed. Was I brave enough to step into that abyss? The shadows danced with hunger, their whispers growing louder, a cacophony of despair that threatened to drown us. I could see Clara's form wavering, flickering like a candle in the wind, while Marcus stood resolute, a beacon in the storm. Together, he breathed, and I could feel the weight of his resolve anchoring me. In that moment, I understood. The dichotomy of light and dark was not a battle to be won, but a dance to be embraced. We were flawed, broken souls struggling to navigate a world that demanded perfection, but in our imperfection lay our strength. The ghosts of our past would linger, but they wouldn't define us. I reached out, grasping Marcus' hand, feeling the warmth of hope as it surged through our intertwined fingers. And as the shadows closed in, we stood together, ready to face the darkness that had haunted us for too long, knowing that even in the depths of despair, there existed a flicker of light, our light. The past would not be buried, it would rise, a phoenix from the ashes of our fears. Together, we would confront the paradox that was our existence, forever entwined in the dance of light and dark, a story that would never truly end. The air thickens, an oppressive heaviness settling like dust on forgotten tombs. A flicker of movement catches my eye, a shadow flitting just beyond the flickering lamplight, and my heart races, pounding, pounding. I can't shake the feeling that something is on the verge of breaking, a tension teetering between life and death, between the living and the lost. Here in this narrow alley, a ragged seam in the fabric of the city, fear dances with desire, and whispers of the past echo like ghosts. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, tales of the underworld, where souls wander, where life meets its end only to be rewoven into the very essence of existence. The first time I saw her, it was at dusk, the sun bleeding crimson into the horizon. Elara stood at the edge of the graveyard, her silhouette a haunting distortion against the wailing trees. I remember the way she looked, wild, fierce, eyes filled with the fire of 1,000 stars, yet softened by something darker, something that clung to her like a shroud. She was a siren, a creature of night, and I was drawn to her, unable to resist the pull of that magnetic despair. We both carried burdens, the weight of lives unlived, of dreams snuffed out like candles in the wind. "Do you believe in rebirth?" she asked, her voice a whisper that cracked the silence, sending chills down my spine. There was a desperation in her tone, a longing that mirrored my own. I hesitated, glancing at the crumbling stones around us, each one a testament to lives once vibrant, now nothing but memories trapped in the decay. "I remember when I thought that death was the end," I murmured, almost to myself. "But what if it's just a doorway?" Her laughter was brittle, a sound that shattered the air. "Oh, it's more than a doorway. It's a cycle, a cruel joke played by fate. The underworld is not a place of rest, it's a prison for those who cannot let go." I could feel her pain, writhing beneath the surface, and it mirrored my own. We were both clinging to shadows, shadows of those we lost, those we feared we might never find again. And then came Riven, my brother, or what was left of him. His face was gaunt, haunted by the specters of his own demons. Riven had danced with darkness, and now he returned, not as the boy who laughed with the sun, but as a shell, a vessel filled with despair. "You shouldn't be here," he rasped, the words falling from his lips as if he were exhaling the very essence of his soul. "Elara knows the truth. You need to run." But I wouldn't run. Not now. Not when I could feel the soil beneath us shift, a heartbeat of the earth. "You don't understand, Riven," I said, my voice trembling. "We can change this. We can break the cycle." His eyes were wide, filled with a mixture of fear and a flicker of hope, the kind that can ignite entire worlds or turn them to ash. "Fate is a cruel mistress," Elara said, stepping closer, her presence electric, charged with something otherworldly. "It doesn't bend for us, it crushes us." I could see the war raging within her, love and hate dancing their macabre ballet. She had lost someone too, someone who had crossed the threshold into the abyss. I could feel the echoes of her grief, pulsating like a wound that refused to heal. The ground beneath us shuddered, as if it were alive, as if the very fabric of existence was unraveling. I remembered the stories again, of Persephone and her descent, of Osiris, of the cycles that govern our lives. Each tale a reminder that death isn't the end, it's a transformation. The underworld, a tapestry of lost souls, threads weaving in and out of life and death. It was a dance of shadows, and we were caught in its rhythm. "Riven," I said, my voice fierce, "we can't allow fear to guide us. We can break the chains." He looked at me, searching for the brother he once knew, the one who believed in miracles, who ran barefoot across the grass and laughed until the sky wept. "But what if we fail?" he whispered, the tremor of his voice like a fragile bird caught in a storm. "Then we'll die fighting," I replied, heart pounding like a war drum. "But we won't fade into nothingness. We'll become legends, stories that echo through the ages." Elara stepped forward, her eyes glistening like dark jewels. "You don't understand what you're asking for. The underworld doesn't just take, it demands a price." I could feel the weight of her words, the gravity of her truth, sinking like stones in my gut. But I was too far gone, the desire to chase the impossible eclipsed my reason. "Let's face it together," I said, adrenaline surging through me like wildfire, igniting the very air around us. "We can't be afraid of what lies beyond. We have to embrace the cycle, the dying and rising." And then, as if the universe itself conspired to answer our defiance, a chilling wind swept through the alley, the whispers of the past rising around us, swirling like smoke. The clock struck, its deep chime resonating through the night, reminding us that time was fleeting, that every second we hesitated pulled us deeper into a darkness we could not escape. In that moment, the world fell away. It was just the three of us, lost souls entwined in a battle against fate, against the chains that sought to bind us. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth, the pulse of the cosmos, and I knew that whatever lay ahead, it was ours to confront. As the shadows lengthened, I clutched Alara's hand, and together we stepped into the unknown, a leap into the abyss, into the cycle of life and death, where every ending birthed a new beginning. The weight of our fears did not vanish, but we pressed on, hearts thundering, spirits entwined, racing toward the confrontation that awaited us, a confrontation with our past, our pain, and ultimately, our potential for rebirth. This was not an ending. It was merely a threshold, an invitation to enter the depths of despair and emerge anew, a haunting promise that echoed in the stillness of the night. The clock tower struck midnight, its chime echoing in the deserted streets like a death knell, reverberating through the marrow of a city that had long been entangled in shadows. A figure stood beneath its iron skeleton, breathless, heart-pounding, a feverish pulse in the still night. Claire felt the air thicken, electric with dread. She had dreamed of this moment, vivid and haunting, the details echoing in her mind like an unshakable spectre. "You can't outrun them," a voice had whispered, spindly fingers of night curling around her throat, in that dream. And yet, here she was, standing at the precipice of the underworld passage, the threshold to a reality she never wished to confront. "There's something wrong," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the yawning abyss. Shadows flickered along the cobblestones, taunting her with the remnants of her memories, fragments of laughter and pain that twisted like smoke in her chest. The passage was a gaping maw, dark and hungry, promising answers wrapped in agony. She took a step forward, and the ground crunched beneath her boots, an echo of the past, a reminder of lives lost and dreams shattered. "Wait!" The voice sliced through the silence like a knife. It was Jonathan, his eyes glinting with equal parts fear and determination, torn between the pull of the shadows and the warmth of daylight that felt a million miles away. "You can't just go down there. We don't even know what's waiting for us." But Claire's resolve was anchored in desperation. She remembered the dreams, she remembered the cold hands that had reached for her in the dark, begging for liberation. "I have to," she breathed, the words heavy with the weight of unspoken promises. "They need me." With each step, the air thickened, suffocating her like a shroud. The passage loomed ahead, a labyrinth of twisted corridors and forgotten whispers. Each heartbeat echoed back, a countdown to an inevitable reckoning. Jonathan, her childhood friend, stood behind her, a lighthouse in the chaos of her mind, yet he felt so far away, a ghost of the past that haunted her present. "I can't lose you, Claire," he blurted, desperation cracking his voice, pulling at the thread of her heart. "Not like this. Not to the underworld." But the darkness beckoned, seductive and merciless. "You don't understand," she snapped, frustration boiling inside her like molten lava. "These dreams, they show me things. I see their faces, I hear their cries. They are lost, like us, trapped in a limbo that we can only begin to comprehend." He faltered, the intensity of her gaze combined with the weight of her words hitting him like a physical blow. "You think you can save them? You think you can save yourself?" His voice broke, jeweled with the pain of countless sleepless nights spent wrestling with his own demons. "What if you fall into that abyss? What then?" "I remember," she whispered, the air thick with memories rising like fog. "I remember the way they called for me, the way their eyes pleaded for salvation. I can't turn my back on them." And just like that, she stepped into the darkness, an act of defiance, a leap into the unknown. The shadows consumed her, enveloping her in a cocoon of fear and longing, and she felt the weight of Jonathan's unanswered questions pressing against her back. Inside, the air was stale, heavy with the scent of decay and despair. The walls whispered secrets, fragments of dreams interwoven with nightmares. Claire wandered deeper, each footfall echoing in the silence, a heartbeat in the dark. She could see the flickers of light in the distance, but they danced away from her grasp like phantoms, teasing her to chase after them, to find the truth she sought. "I remember," she gasped, her breath escaping in painful shudders. "I remember the laughter, the warmth, the way the sun felt on my skin before it all faded into this." Each corridor wound tighter around her heart, squeezing, suffocating. Jonathan's voice echoed behind her, soft and urgent, a tether to a reality she was desperate to escape. "Claire, please. Don't let the darkness swallow you whole." But the shadows were seductive, weaving tales of hope and despair in equal measure. She reached out, fingers trembling, brushing against the cold stone walls. Each touch sparked flashes of memories, warm embraces, shared laughter, whispers under starlit skies, everything she had ever lost. "Help us," a voice croaked from the void, a sound as fragile as glass. Claire's heart twisted. She couldn't tell if it was a plea or a curse, but it echoed in her bones, vibrating through her very essence. She stepped closer, drawn to the sound, compelled by a force she could neither understand nor resist. "Claire," Jonathan's voice crackled like dry leaves beneath a boot, desperation threading through each syllable. "You're losing yourself." But she was already slipping away, the dreams tangling around her mind like vine and thorn. "I can't turn back now," she whispered, tears spilling down her cheeks, mingling with the dust of forgotten souls. "I need to know what happened to them. I have to face the ghosts." And then, in that moment, the world tilted. The light dimmed, shadows creeping closer, and the air thickened with palpable dread. She heard the whispers crescendo, a chaotic symphony of voices, each one pulling her deeper into the underbelly of despair. Time stretched, warped into something unrecognizable, each second a lifetime, each heartbeat a reminder of what she was losing. "I won't let you go, Claire." Jonathan's voice shattered through the din, raw and desperate, reaching for her in the darkness. But she felt herself slipping, like sand through the fingers of time, and she could only cling to the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, the dreams would guide her home again. In the depths of the underworld, where dreams and nightmares danced in a macabre waltz, fate trembled on the edge of a knife. Claire felt it, a shiver of impending revelation, a collision of past and present, and she knew that this was just the beginning of a reckoning far more profound than any dream could ever unveil. The passage twisted and turned, a mirror of her own tumultuous heart, and she pressed forward, embracing the unknown, ready to face whatever lurked in the shadows. The night was thick with palpable dread, a silence so heavy it pressed against the skin like a second coat. Mia stood at the edge of the forest, heart hammering in her chest, the weight of ancestral whispers surrounding her like a fog. The trees loomed, twisted and gnarled, their skeletal branches clawing at a starlit sky that felt impossibly far away. Just hours ago, her brother Ethan had ventured into these woods, drawn by the restless spirits that seemed to call to him, and now he was lost, vanished into the darkness, swallowed by shadows that danced and flickered like a dying flame. "I remember," she murmured, her voice a fragile thread in the stillness, "the stories Mother told us." Each word felt like a prayer, a desperate plea for guidance. Mia's fingers trembled, tracing the silver locket around her neck, the one that carried a picture of Ethan's boyish grin, bright, unfading against the gloom. I remember how she spoke of the rituals, the offerings, how they were meant to ensure safe passage. The air shimmered with the kind of tension that set every nerve on edge. Mia had never believed in the old ways, the superstitions woven through the fabric of their rural life. But the night was a living thing now, vibrating with the weight of what was at stake, and doubt seeped into her bones. Her breath quickened, each exhale mingling with the musty scent of damp earth and moss, a reminder that the forest was alive, watching. Then, through the hollow silence, a crack, a twig snapping underfoot. She whipped around, heart racing, only to find her childhood friend, Jake, emerging from the shadows. His face was pale, eyes wide and haunted, as if he had seen something that had ripped the veil of reality itself. "We have to go after him," he urged, voice low and urgent. "He needs us." But what if they couldn't bring him back? What if the darkness had claimed him? Mia's thoughts spiraled into the abyss. "What if we're too late?" she whispered, clutching the locket tighter. What if the rituals failed?" Jake's gaze softened, desperation threading through his voice. "There's still time. We have to try." Mia hesitated, torn between the dread of what lay ahead and the flicker of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, the old ways could still work. The stories echoed in her mind, tales of offerings left at the base of ancient trees, of salt and bread, of whispered incantations that could soothe restless souls. The offerings, she murmured, a flicker of realization igniting within her. We need to gather them. We need to do this right. The urgency surged through them like wildfire, propelling them deeper into the forest, where the light shrank away and the shadows thickened, more tangible than the trees themselves. They scavenged, gathering what they could: wild herbs, bits of bread, salt from the kitchen, and a single drop of blood from Mia's palm, a sacrifice that stung like a warning. With every item they collected, the air grew heavier with an electric charge, a sense of impending confrontation looming with every heartbeat. I remember, Mia repeated, each phrase a talisman against despair. I remember the way she said the spirits need to be appeased. They don't forget. They don't forgive. Jake's face paled as the gravity of her words sank in. What if they don't want him back? He asked, the tremor in his voice betraying his own fear. What if he's not who he was anymore? No, she hissed, fierce and defiant, her heart pounding like a war drum. He's still in there. We can't let them take him. The forest seemed to shiver at her conviction, the shadows pulling back just a fraction, as if the very spirits listened, gauging the strength of her resolve. They arrived at a clearing, a small hollow where the moonlight poured through the canopy like a spotlight. It felt sacred, a holy ground where the veil between worlds thinned. Mia dropped to her knees, laying out the offerings with trembling hands. The air thrummed with tension, each heartbeat echoing in the silence, a countdown to the unknown. Ethan, she called, voice breaking. If you can hear me, come back. We are here. The wind whispered through the trees, a soft lullaby that carried with it the ghosts of the past, and for a moment, hope flickered. But then, from the depths of the woods, came a sound, a low, mournful wail that seeped into their bones, chilling the very marrow. Mia's breath caught, the wail twisting into something familiar yet grotesque, and her heart sank. Run! Jake shouted, grabbing her arm, but she was rooted to the spot, terror chaining her feet to the earth. Mia, please! He pulled her, and she stumbled, breaking from the thrall just as a shadow loomed at the edge of the clearing, a shape that flickered in and out of the moonlight, a silhouette that felt like an echo of what once was. Ethan, she whispered, tears brimming. Please? The figure stepped closer, and her breath hitched. Its eyes glowed, cold and empty, reflecting the moonlight like shards of glass. It was him, and yet, it wasn't. The thing that stood before her wore her brother's face but held an abyss where his soul should reside. The rituals, the offerings, had they summoned him or something far worse? A shiver rippled through the air, and she felt the weight of the world collapsing around her. In that moment, the forest responded, the sound of branches snapping echoed like thunder, a cacophony warning her that time was unraveling. The shadows danced closer, hungry and relentless. I remember, she choked out, as if her words could tether him back. I remember you. I remember who you are. But the figure merely stared, the void where Ethan had been swallowing her voice, her hope, and her sanity. The air thickened, pulsing around her like a heartbeat, icy and relentless, a reminder of what was at stake. It was no longer just about finding him, it was about confronting the darkness that had taken root in both the forest and her heart. As the shadows closed in, Mia grabbed the last of their offerings, throwing them at the apparition, an act of desperation laced with love. Come back to us, she cried, feeling the magic of the moment hang in the air, heavy with the weight of the past and the ghostly echoes of futures unclaimed. The figure flickered, a heartbeat caught in a fragile balance, a choice hanging in the air: would it retreat back into the dark or step forward into the light? The forest held its breath, the very essence of night waiting for an answer. And in that moment, the boundary between reality and the ethereal blurred, an intricate dance of hope and despair where life clashed with death, light with shadow, and love with loss. And as they stood on the precipice of the unknown, every heartbeat reverberated through the night, pulling them deeper into the heart of the wilderness, where time bled and the spirits waited, lost and longing for a way home. The air buzzes with an unspoken tension, thick and sour like the aftermath of a storm. In the dim alley, shadows twist and writhe, whispering secrets to the cobblestones, secrets that could make or break lives. I stand there, pulse racing, heart pounding like a war drum. The flickering streetlight struggles against the encroaching darkness. I can't shake the feeling that something is about to happen. Rhea, always the brave one, steps forward, her silhouette sharp against the night. "This isn't just a crossing," she says, voice low but fierce, her breath a cloud of mist. "It's a reckoning." I remember how she once laughed at danger, how her eyes sparkled with mischief. But now, the light is buried beneath layers of fear and uncertainty. She clutches a worn, leather-bound book, its pages stained with the echoes of those who came before us, those who crossed into the underworld, never to return. And then there's Marco, caught somewhere between anger and despair, his hands trembling slightly as he grips the hilt of an old dagger. "I'm not going back. Not to them." His voice is a low growl, jagged edges of a man who has lost too much. I remember the way he smiled once, carefree, like the world was a joke waiting to be laughed at. But that was before the shadows took his sister, before the laughter twisted into bitter memories. The world around us is a dark tapestry, woven with the threads of lost souls and fractured dreams. The city breathes a heavy sigh, the kind that wraps around your heart and squeezes. I can see the remnants of lives lived in the flickers of distant streetlights, the faded graffiti telling stories of love and loss, of hope and despair. Each step forward is a step deeper into the unknown, each heartbeat a countdown to the confrontation that waits just beyond the veil. We move together, each footfall a shared heartbeat, a whispered promise. Rhea's hand brushes against mine, a fleeting connection sparking a flicker of courage. "We're not alone," she says, though her eyes betray her doubts. I want to believe her, to cradle that fragile hope in my palms and nurture it until it blooms. But the darkness is a weight, crushing and relentless. As we approach the crossing, a chill seeps into my bones, an eerie silence enveloping us like a shroud. The air thrums with anticipation, heavy with memories of those who dared to cross. I can almost hear their voices, whispers of caution swirling around us, urging us to turn back, to run. But we press on, driven by the ghosts of our pasts. A flicker in the corner of my eye, I turn to see a figure emerge from the shadows, a woman, ethereal, almost luminous. Her eyes, deep and sorrowful, pull at something deep within me. "You seek the underworld, but what will you offer in return?" she asks, her voice echoing like a haunting melody, a reminder of all we've lost. Rhea's grip tightens on her book, the leather creaking under the strain. "We'll do whatever it takes. We need to bring them back." The woman's gaze shifts to Marco, and I can see the recognition in her eyes. She knows his pain. "What would you sacrifice to save a soul?" she questions, her words hanging like a noose around his neck. Marco's breath hitches, and I see the conflict twisting inside him like a storm. "I'd give anything," he says, but the tremor in his voice betrays the truth. What he really fears is that he's already lost everything that mattered, that there's nothing left to give. In this moment, I feel the weight of time pressing down on us. The clock ticks in the distance, each second a reminder of what we stand to lose. "I remember," I murmur, the words spilling out like a secret I've carried for too long. "I remember how laughter used to fill the air, how the sun felt warm on my skin. I remember. I remember." Each memory is a shard of glass, cutting through the fog of despair, pulling me back to moments of light. But the woman shakes her head, and the shadows around us pulse with life, a quickening heartbeat that mirrors our own. The underworld is not a place of warmth. It is cold and merciless. "Then let us face it together," Rhea declares, her voice a rallying cry that cuts through the darkness. "We will not retreat." The air crackles with an energy that sends shivers down my spine. I can feel the pulse of the city beneath our feet, the heartbeat of souls lost and found, the echoes of those who dared to cross before us. Each step forward is a challenge, an invitation to confront our fears and our regrets. As we prepare for the crossing, the shadows begin to swirl, wrapping around us like tendrils of smoke, creating a barrier between our world and the next. The intensity in the air thickens, pressing against our chests, and I can taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. Marco's eyes narrow, a fierce determination igniting within him. "This ends tonight," he growls, the resolve transforming his features into something fierce and wild. Together, we stand on the brink of the abyss, heartbeats synchronized, our breaths mingling with the shadows. The air trembles with the weight of unspoken promises, of fears, and hopes entwined in a dance of desperation. And as we step into the void, the world shifts, time bends, and with a final breath, the darkness envelops us. The silence is deafening, and I can't help but wonder, what waits on the other side? What ghosts will we confront? What sacrifices will we make? In that moment, everything hangs in the balance, a delicate thread woven between the living and the lost. And as the shadows consume us, I realize, this is only the beginning. In the suffocating silence of the night, the city lay shrouded in shadows, a vessel of secrets waiting to spill. The only sound was the dripping of water, echoing through the labyrinthine alleyways like a heartbeat, steady, persistent, ominous. I stood at the mouth of an alley, breath caught in my throat, eyes wide, heart racing. A chill prickled my skin as I felt it, the weight of the unseen, the tether of the underworld pulling me into its depths. Just then, a scream shattered the silence, raw and unfiltered. I turned, a jolt of instinct kicking in. It was Maeve, her silhouette barely visible, her breath coming in rapid bursts, eyes wild, those once vibrant orbs now haunted by shadows that whispered of her past. "They're coming," she gasped, her voice a desperate plea. I felt her fear like a tangible force, gripping my heart, squeezing it until I could hardly breathe. Behind her, the city moved like a beast in the darkness, predators lurking, circling. It was as if the ground itself trembled beneath the weight of their intentions. Who were they, these specters of the underworld? I couldn't help but think of the nights I spent dreaming of battles, of heroes and monsters. This was no dream. This was the visceral reality of fear. "We can't stay here," I whispered, though my voice felt foreign, trembling. My mind raced back to the conversations we had, late-night confessions over glasses of cheap wine. "You've got to confront them, Maeve. You can't keep running." But Maeve was a creature of struggle, her heart a tapestry woven with grief and guilt. "Running is all I know," she replied, and those words struck me like shards of glass. I remembered the day she lost her sister, how her laughter faded into echoes of sorrow, a ghost that haunted her every step. The darkness pressed around us, heavy with memories and unspoken words. I felt it too, the weight of my own failures wrapped around me like a shroud. I had my demons, the whispers that crawled through my thoughts, dragging with them the weight of unfulfilled dreams and lost possibilities. I was Marcus, marked by insecurities that clung to me like a second skin. I could feel their breath on my neck, the taunts of my past failures gnawing away at my resolve. "Marcus," Maeve's voice trembled as she took a tentative step toward me, "do you think we can ever escape it?" Her eyes pleaded for hope, yet we both knew the truth. The underworld is not a place, it is a state of being, the echoes of our choices casting shadows that stretch into eternity. I grasped her hand, the warmth grounding me even as the chill of our reality seeped in. "We're not alone in this," I said, but my heart trembled at the uncertainty of those words. The weight of her despair began to seep into my own soul. "We can fight them," I urged, but my voice faltered, caught in the tangled web of our fears. A rustle broke the tension, and the shadows shifted, figures emerged from the darkness. They wore masks of despair and anger, faces twisted in the guise of betrayal. Each step they took reverberated through the night like a drumbeat, a harbinger of confrontation, of chaos. "Do you see them?" Maeve whispered, gripping my hand tighter. "Those are my demons. They've come to claim me." "No," I breathed, panic rising within me. "They can't take you." But the truth was, they were already here, lurking in the periphery of our consciousness, fanged reminders of every choice we wished we could forget. The figures drew closer, their presence suffocating like the weight of 1,000 sins. "You think you can run," one of them spat, a voice dripping with malice. "We are the ghosts of your past, the echoes of your failures." Each word was a dagger, each syllable a reminder of the inadequacies that suffocated us. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, to lash out at the shadows, to fight against the inevitable. But all I could do was pull Maeve closer, my heart pounding in concert with the impending storm. "Fight!" I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. "We've come too far to lose ourselves now." I felt her tremble beside me, felt the echoes of her pain intertwining with my own. But Maeve had a different kind of strength, one born out of suffering. She took a step forward, her voice rising above the cacophony of despair. "You don't own me. I am more than just my past." With those words, something shifted. The shadows paused, as if the very fabric of their existence was challenged by her declaration. I watched, awestruck, as she began to unravel the threads of her own fear. It was a dance, a battle of wills, and I felt the energy crackle between us, igniting hope like a flickering flame against the impending darkness. "Together," I whispered, feeling a surge of courage pulse through me. "We face them together." And then the world tilted. We surged forward, hearts racing, fears colliding with a newfound determination. The shadows writhed, twisting in response, their shrieks filling the night as we charged into the unknown. Each step echoed with history, the ghosts of the underworld clawing at our heels, but we were no longer just victims. We were warriors, armed with the understanding that every scar told a story, every wound was a testament to survival. I remember the adrenaline coursing through us, the thrill of defiance lighting our way. This was not just our fight, it was the voice of those who had come before us, the echoes of every soul who dared to confront their own underworld. We stood together, eyes aflame with purpose, and faced the shadows that had long haunted us. The confrontation was not just against them, but against all the pieces of ourselves we had buried deep. And in that moment, we truly lived, our hearts beating in unison, ready to challenge the very depths of despair. The underworld was not a destination, it was a canvas painted in the hues of our struggles, a reflection of our souls. And as we battled the darkness, I felt the weight of our collective history, our shared pain and triumph intertwining, creating a tapestry that neither time nor fear could unravel. No conclusions here, no neat wrap-up. Just the pulse of our hearts echoing in the night, bodies moving through the chaos, and the promise of something greater thrumming in the air, a lush, chaotic symphony of existence, where every moment screamed of life and the fierce beauty of the struggle. The city breathes in the dark, its heart beating against the stillness, a frantic pulse of shadows and whispers. Somewhere, a lone street lamp flickers, casting an eerie glow that dances upon cracked pavement, illuminating the shadows of the underworld that stretch like ghostly fingers. I stand there, rooted to the spot, as the chill of the night seeps into my bones. I can feel the weight of their gazes, the spirits of the forgotten, the remnants of those who once walked the earth, now mere echoes in this haunted space. Mara, her eyes haunted like storm clouds, stares into the abyss, her breath hitching as if the very air could swallow her whole. "Do you believe in ghosts?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper, quivering with fear and resolve. I remember the first time I saw her, laughter bubbling like a brook, hair wild and untamed, but now, all that remains is a fragile shell. The darkness has seeped into her soul, and I can't tell if she's more terrified of the shadows or the light that might reveal her scars. At her side stands Jace, fists clenched, muscles taut as if he's ready to spring into action or collapse under the weight of his own demons. He glances at me, fear and anger clashing in his gaze. "They're coming for us," he says, a tremor in his voice that betrays his bravado. I can see the ghosts of his past flit behind his eyes, each mistake a chain binding him to this moment. In another life, he might have been a hero, but here, in this twisted narrative, he's just another lost soul. I remember the stories we told each other, huddled around flickering fires, about the monsters that lie in wait beneath the surface of our lives. Each tale an echo of our fears, weaving a tapestry of nightmares. We laughed then, a mad orchestra playing in the dark, unaware that the monsters were not just figments of our imagination. Now, the stories are our reality. The underworld is real, and it's hungry. As the clock strikes midnight, the shadows twist and writhe, and I feel a weight in the air, a silent promise of chaos. A figure emerges from the darkness, cloaked in a shroud that seems to absorb the light around it. My heart races, each beat a drum calling forth the past, a reminder of lost lives and broken dreams. It's not just a figure, it's a memory, a reminder of the choices we've made, the paths we've taken. Mara's breath catches again as the figure steps forward. "Do you see it?" she gasps, eyes wide with terror. I nod, unable to tear my gaze away. It's not just a spectre, it's the embodiment of our fears, a reflection of the choices we've made that led us here, to this intersection of despair and hope. The underworld isn't just a place, it's a journey through our own hearts, a reckoning with the darkest parts of ourselves. Why did we come here? Jace's voice shatters the silence, filled with regret. We should have stayed away. But we can never escape, I think. The underworld is woven into the fabric of our lives, each thread a moment, a choice, a consequence. It whispers to us, seducing with promises of power, knowledge, and truth, but what truths are worth the price of our souls? The figure looms closer, and I can feel its breath, a cold, hollow wind that carries the scent of decay and lost dreams. I remember the stories I told myself, how I thought I could control the narrative, shape my destiny like clay. But here I am, a puppet in a play written by unseen hands, my strings tangled in the weight of my own choices. Run! I scream, the word tearing from my throat, but it feels futile, like trying to escape the chains of fate that bind us. Jace and Mara hesitate, their eyes locked onto the figure, drawn in by an invisible force that binds us all to our pasts. I want to scream at them, to pull them away from the brink, but the darkness is too seductive, too powerful. Don't you see? Mara's voice trembles, laced with an odd mix of fear and longing. This is our chance to understand. To confront the darkness. Jace shakes his head, a painful expression flitting across his face. But at what cost, he whispers, the weight of his own demons crashing down around him. I remember the stories we told ourselves, how we thought we could conquer the darkness with courage and strength. But here, in the face of the unknown, courage feels like a flimsy shield against the onslaught of our own fears. The figure looms closer, and as it reaches out, a chilling silence envelops us. Time stretches and bends, a rubber band pulled taut between our past and our future. I see his hand, the fingers bony and twisted, reaching for Jace, for Mara, for me. It's a gesture of invitation, a beckoning into the abyss. Embrace it, the figure whispers, voice like gravel scraping against stone. Accept your fate. I remember my mother's voice, soft and soothing, warning me of the dangers lurking in the dark. Don't look back, she said, her words echoing in my mind. But here we are, all of us, eyes wide open, staring into the abyss, and the abyss stares back. The confrontation is inevitable, a clash of wills that will define our destinies. But who will emerge unscathed? Who will be consumed by the darkness? I don't know. All I know is that the Underworld's narrative is not just about ghosts and monsters, it's about us, flawed and broken, navigating the shadows of our own making. And as the figure's hand grazes Jace's shoulder, a jolt of recognition passes between them, the weight of shared pain, the comfort of understanding. I can't breathe as the air thickens with tension, the moment hanging in limbo, suspended between fear and revelation. We are not just witnesses to our own tragedies, we are the authors of our fates, scribbling our stories in the ink of our choices. The future of Underworld narratives isn't predetermined. It's a canvas, waiting for the brushstrokes of our lives, chaotic, beautiful, and utterly terrifying. The air was thick with the stench of damp earth and the echo of distant screams, a cacophony of anguish reverberating through the ancient tunnels. The walls, slick with shadows, seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, every crack whispering secrets of lives long lost. I stood at the mouth of the underworld, breath caught in my throat, as Sarah's eyes met mine, wide, wild, and shimmering with unshed tears. It was a look that said she was already slipping away, that the darkness was pulling her in, and I was powerless to stop it. Don't, I whispered, my voice cracking, trembling as if it could break the overwhelming heaviness around us. The weight of our shared history hung like a noose, tightening around my chest. I remember the first time we had come here, full of naive bravado, believing we could conquer the shadows. Now, they were the only ones laughing. Jack, I can't stay, she gasped, her fingers trembling against the cold stone. Sarah had always been the brave one, the spark of light in our morose little trio. But that spark was flickering, like a candle in a storm. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the brink, but I was frozen in place, paralyzed by my own fear, as if the shadows themselves held me captive. Behind us, Paul lurked, his aura a blend of desperation and defiance. While I had always been the dreamer, and Sarah the warrior, Paul was the pragmatist, the anchor. This is madness, he shouted, his voice echoing off unseen walls, bouncing back as a hollow mockery. We can't go any deeper. We'll lose ourselves. But deep down, I knew he was terrified as I was, as terrified as we all were. Lose ourselves? I echoed, my heart pounding like a war drum. We're already lost. Look at us. I gestured wildly, feeling the air thicken with dread, our memories swirling like fog. I remember our laughter, that summer night by the river, the way Sarah's hair sparkled in the moonlight. But laughter felt like a distant ghost now, haunting yet unreachable. The walls seemed to shudder, responding to our emotional turmoil, as if the very stones absorbed our despair and amplified it. Shadows danced tauntingly, flickering just beyond the reach of our collective sanity. Jack, Sarah's voice was a fragile whisper, a plea mingled with desperation. What if we're meant to cross? What if these bridges are our only way forward? Her eyes glinted with a manic light, a chaotic fire that terrified and exhilarated me all at once. I remembered stories of the underworld, boats that ferried souls across restless waters, barriers that demanded the sacrifice of memories. And what if we don't come back? I countered, a surge of anguish coursing through me like wildfire. What if we drown? Paul stepped closer, his breath hot and ragged against the chill. We need to think this through. His voice trembled, grounding yet chaotic, a tether to reality teetering on the brink. But Sarah had already turned away, her resolve hardening like stone. You don't understand. This is about more than us. It always has been. The shadows writhed in agreement, dark and oppressive, weaving together the threads of our fears. They clawed at our conscience, laid bare our insecurities, our regrets, memories of love lost, chances missed. The air crackled with unspoken words, and I realized, profoundly and terrifyingly, that the underworld wasn't just a place, it was a reflection of our inner turmoil, a physical manifestation of our darkest thoughts. I remember, I began, words spilling out before I could catch them, when we thought we could conquer anything. The memories rushed forward, a tidal wave of nostalgia. I remember that silly pact we made, never to split up, always to have each other's backs. And now look at us. Sarah's shoulders trembled, a silent acknowledgement. We're still here, Jack, she said softly, the flame of hope flickering against the gale. We're still breathing. But the truth was, every breath felt like a betrayal, an echo of the past that taunted me. I thought of how we had wandered through this labyrinth before, blind to the dangers. How we had laughed in the face of oblivion only to be swallowed by it. Every bridge we crossed felt like a step deeper into the abyss, an unwitting dance with despair. Paul ran a hand through his hair, taking a step back, as if the weight of the moment was too much to bear. Maybe we should turn back, he suggested, his voice a fragile thread in the heavy silence. No. Sarah's voice rose, fierce and unyielding, echoing off the walls like a battle cry. We can't. I won't. This is our only chance. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that wound tighter around us. I could feel the shadows closing in, swallowing the light. My heart raced, each beat a countdown to something inevitable, something terrifying. I remember, I breathed, each word a fragile thread of connection, when everything was simple. When pain was just a bruise, and the worst thing we faced was deciding which ice cream to get. A flicker of a smile crossed Sarah's lips, but it was a ghost of a smile, a fleeting moment before the reality crashed down again. The shadows thickened, wrapping us in a cocoon of dread, the air growing heavier with each passing second. I wanted to scream, to run, to strip away the layers of fear and doubt that clung to me like a shroud. But instead, I stood there, a silent witness to the unraveling of our lives, as Sarah's resolve shone brighter. Together, she asked, hope dangling in the air like a fragile ornament. Together, Paul and I echoed, though deep down, I felt the cold fingers of doubt clutching at my heart. And in that moment, we stood on the precipice of the unknown, the underworld beckoning us with its dark allure. The bridges, boats, and barriers lay ahead, waiting to test our very souls. The silence hummed with possibility, the shadows swirling around us, and I realized, this was just the beginning.